Chapter 7:15. The seven-color divine light shone brightly and engulfed the four demonic saints. They were about to disappear into the depths of the endless void. At this moment, a monstrous sword light slashed heavily on the seven-color divine light. Layers of seven-color divine light rolled, as if it was about to recreate the scene of the beginning of the world. A large section of the seven-color divine light was directly cut in half. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, it was merely so, and it didn't injure the four demon saints in the slightest. Damn brat. This empress will remember you. Faintly, Qin Feng even heard a sweet-sounding voice that was filled with anger. In a high-level dimensional space, three eyes had been watching this endless void. Seeing Qin Feng cut a part of the seven-color divine light, the three unknown existences could not help but look at each other. After a moment, one of them smiled bitterly. This brat is really ruthless. This blow even cut off a section of the demonic empress divine light. The second one was gloating. That demonic empress is very narrow-minded. This brat is probably in trouble, but this brat is really powerful. He can control a medium-sized grotto heaven with the body of a supreme being. He can totally fight with a supreme saint. Fortunately, he is here. Otherwise, the disciples of the Willow Earth Peaks, Old Man Hua, would all be dead. The third old man laughed. He is a powerful character. The rarest thing is that he is willing to contribute to the sect. If he is arrogant and unruly, this old man will look down on him. The three unknown existences had been paying attention to the battle. CS Star King, White Dragon Star King, and Tianluo Star King. They were the three Star King elders of the Eastern Demon-Subduing Temple. In the Star Sect, only existences above the Supreme Saint level could be respectfully called Star Kings. In terms of status, the three old Star Kings were half a level higher than the various marshals. The three Star Kings looked at somewhere in the endless void. There were also three old demon emperors of the demonic clan. One of them saved the four demonic saints of the Flower Clan. The three demon emperors left indifferently. If the three Star Kings were not here, they might have already killed Gongsun Jinyang and the others. Xia, Bailong, Heaven's Net, we're not done here. Let's fight again before golden light arrives at the demon capital. From afar, a cold and pleasant voice sounded. The three Star Kings forced a smile. If it were an ordinary person, the three of them would definitely not be courteous. But this person was different. Your Highness is exaggerating. The three Star Kings forced a smile. Seeing that the three demonic beast emperors had left, the Sunset Star Monarch shook her head. Let's go as well. Attacking the Golden Light Fey Kingdom is that Lord's idea. Even a heavenly king wouldn't dare to play dumb with that old man. We still have to go through a lot of trouble. White Dragon Star King's eyes flickered. What do you think that person means? Why does he suddenly want to attack the Golden Light Fey Nation? That person has sealed himself for 10,000 years and has only recently awakened. Logically speaking, the Golden Light Fey Nation has no reason to offend him. Sunset Star Monarch shook her head. There might be other reasons. That kind of existence is something that we all need to look up to. We just need to do our jobs well. Besides, that person also took out a lot of good things. These are all good things that are greatly beneficial to our cultivation. That's right. By the way, White Dragon, I heard that the Desolate Dragon Gate is going to appear soon. This is a rare grand event for those with Dragon Bloodline. Are you going? Speaking of the Desolate Dragon Gate grand event, White Dragon Star King's eyes flashed with a hint of longing. Go, of course I'm going. The Desolate Dragon Gate is an immemorial divine object. Rumor has it that it's an immemorial treasure born in the chaotic world. Both of you know that I've cultivated the White Dragon body. If I can cross the Dragon Gate and transform into an innate dragon body, it'll be a wonderful thing. Even if I can't cross the Dragon Gate, I can still go to the Dragon Transformation Pool under the Dragon Gate to purify my bloodline. It'll be very beneficial to my cultivation and be flashed in Heaven Luo Star King's eyes. Old man, you're really lucky. Rumor has it that the innate dragon clan has several extremely powerful existences. If you can transform into an innate dragon body, it'll almost pave the way to the divine demon realm. Junior brother Qin Feng, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the few of us might have died here. Gongsun Junyang looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. Qin Feng cupped his hands and smiled. Senior sister Gongsun, you're too kind. He had to admit that it was an extremely comfortable thing to be complimented by a great beauty like Gongsun Junyang. Heroes come from the young. Supreme Fairy Sound also walked up. She was wearing a white dress and holding a guqin. She looked like a white phoenix, dignified and elegant. There was still a trace of murderous intent between her eyebrows that had not dissipated. All right, you don't have to be so courteous with each other. We're all brothers of the same sect. If you want to thank junior brother Qin Feng, you might as well wait until after we kill all the demon bastards below. The hot-tempered Supreme Hong Luan was very impatient. She turned into a red light and rushed down 100 Flower City. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This senior sister had a good figure and a hot temper. He didn't know how senior brother Li Zhong had conquered her. If that's the case, we'll go down and clean up the mess first. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and appeared in 100 Flower City in a flash. After the 4 sacred beasts retreated, a portion of the experts in 100 Flower City also received some news and began to withdraw from 100 Flower City. However, there were still some who were too slow and were entangled by the Green Lotus Mountain Army. They were all unlucky. Qin Feng didn't participate in cleaning up the mess. He stood alone at the side and communicated with the Shaoyang stronghold. Senior brothers, 100 Flower City has been conquered. Do you have any more missions? Qin Feng, we know everything you've done. You've done well to conquer 100 Flower City. You've made the greatest contribution. We, the 3-star sect, will apply to the demon subduing palace for this battle. The sect will also reward you. Lu Wudao, Ren Changhong, and Yin Feng looked at each other and smiled. He was truly a peerless warrior on the battlefield. Leader Qin, you can head to the Golden Light Demon Capital now. Our main forces have arrived at the Golden Light Demon Capital and are setting up camp at the Yellow Wind Ridge, 200 miles away from the city. The other armies are also arriving and preparing for the general attack. The Marshal has another mission for you. Qin Feng nodded. In a flash, he used his divine thought to inform true monarch Hong Luan, who was killing a quasi-saint on the battlefield, and then greeted Junyang Gongsun. He turned and rushed toward the Golden Light Demon Capital. Uncle Master Dongmu, what did you say? Qin Feng has already arrived at the Golden Light Demon Capital? How is that possible? On the other side, Yang Qin looked at the white-robed sage in front of him and couldn't believe his ears. Yang Qin, how can you talk to your Uncle Master Dongmu like that? Beside him, true monarch Thousand Beasts of Kumu Peak pulled a long face. Don't worry, Yang Qin. You've worked hard to conquer the city. Leave this heavenly hero city to my Kuemu Peak. True monarch Dongmu waved his hand and looked at the 3 sages of Kumu Peak behind him with a smile. Senior brothers, leave this heavenly hero city to us. Don't fall behind and let the experts of the other peaks see us as a joke. Junior brother Dongmu, we understand. Yang Qin stood aside with a gloomy face. Jealousy and unwillingness had almost overwhelmed his rationality. Qin Feng, he gritted his teeth. I'm going to update 5 times, but I'm too tired after the 4th. The 5th time is too much. I still have to go to work tomorrow. I'll find a chance to make up for it. Chapter 716. This Qin Feng is too daring. He used a mysterious method to harm Jiang Hanguang and even the Peach Blossom Fort's chief. He's a tumor in the sect. Those old fellows in the sect must be senile. They didn't recognize him and appointed him as the chief of the Peach Blossom Fort. Yang Qin's heart was burning with jealousy. His unwillingness almost turned him into ashes. Qin Feng, he gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, he couldn't go against the sect's decision. In an instant, many plots and schemes were brewing in his eyes. He was determined not to let this new chief have his way. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Qin Feng had just arrived at Xingchen School. Although he was promoted to a true disciple, he had no one to rely on. How could he continuously attack the fort? Looking at the formation in Heavenly Hero City before him, there were a total of 4 to 5 sages who had comprehended the Saint Tao law. Yang Qin did not believe that the demon race would let Qin Feng pass easily. He's the final winner. In the first army, Lien Biyun's beautiful face was filled with regret and unwillingness. The 3 sages of Wood Dipper Peak were beside her. They also felt sorry for Lien Biyun. The chief of the Peach Blossom Fort was very important. Although it was only an ordinary second-grade fort, it couldn't compare to the first-grade forts like Shaoyang Fort. However, the number of orbs of will they received every year was beyond imagination. Even sages like them coveted it. There were many sages in the sect. However, not all of them could become the chief of a fort and receive such treatment. The status and treatment of idle sages were obviously different from sages who held important positions. The 3 sages of Wood Dipper Peak were only deputies in their respective palaces. The orbs of will they received every year weren't even 1/5 of what a chief would receive. Lien Biyun was only 1 step away from the position of deputy chief of the Peach Blossom Fort. Lien Biyun and the 3 sages of Wood Dipper were filled with regret. I'd like to meet the new chief of the Peach Blossom Fort. Among the 3 sages of Wood Dipper, True Lord Spring Thunder's face was filled with coldness. If he only knows how to scheme, I won't let him off so easily. True Lord Spring Thunder cultivated the Green Thunder Law. Green Thunder was with thunder. It was a compound law. Comprehending compound laws was more difficult than advancing to the divine Tao. True Lord Wood and True Lord Tai looked at each other and shook their heads. After Qin Feng arrived at the foot of the Yellow Wind Ridge, he spent the past 10 days meditating in his tent, comprehending the newly formed mid-sized heavenly abode. His grotto heaven had reached the 4th stage of the Middle Heaven realm. Next was the 5th and 6th levels. At the 4th layer of a medium-sized grotto heaven, he would be able to create some illusory semi-planes. If he could advance to the 5th layer, he would be able to create some real semi-planes. At that time, the power of the crystal wall system would evolve to a whole new level. Qin Feng could also begin to try to capture the grotto heavens of other martial arts experts to fill his own grotto heaven. Just like the Madam of Bones in the past, she filled her subordinates' grotto heavens with the periphery of the grotto heavens, forming an absolute subsidiary. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, it was not a good thing to refine other people's grotto heavens too early like Madam of Bones. How would this increase the difficulty of the tribulation, especially the elemental water tribulation? Every step the primal chaos paradise took, to Qin Feng, the speed at which he comprehended the laws of the void would increase. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve his strength now. At the level of a supreme mighty figure, every step of growth would take 10 years or even 100 years. For more than 10 days, apart from using his methods to convert the imprisoned experts in the grotto heaven, Qin Feng also refined the Khanate Yang Qi. The Khanate Yin Qi fused with the Yin God and turned into the Khanate Yin God. In order to break through to the quasi-saint realm, one had to comprehend the principle of extreme Yin giving birth to Yang. This was not a simple matter of Yin and Yang. Instead, one had to comprehend the 2 sides of the void laws. Any law had 2 sides. For example, in the 5 elements laws, the Yang fire was the 3rd fire, and the Yin fire was the 4th fire. Like the 2 sides of water, the Yang side was the 9th water, and the Yin side was the Kuei water. Like the 2 sides of wood, the Yang wood was the 1st wood, and the Yin wood was the 2nd wood. Among the 2 spiritual roots fighting in the Golden Light Demon Capital, the 3 realms Glazeporia wood was a 1st wood spiritual root. The Golden Glaze Vine was a 2nd wood spiritual root. The small chaos tree in Qin Feng's body was also a space-type 2nd woodlinging. Qin Feng wanted to break through to the Yang God Saint realm. He had to comprehend the 2 sides of the void laws. In fact, the void laws were the Yin space laws. Void was Yin, Yang was heaven. The void laws corresponded to the heaven realm laws. There is a saying in the ancient books that everything one saw was the heaven realm. It was extremely difficult for Qin Feng to comprehend the heaven realm laws. After that, The void laws and the heaven realm laws merged into yin and yang, returning to the true space. He was the space saint that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. However, the heaven realm laws were not easy to comprehend. Since ancient times, many cultivators of the void laws were stuck at this stage. The heaven realm laws were much more profound than the void laws. If he relied on himself, Qin Feng estimated that he would have to condense the heaven realm laws for at least 100 years. This time was undoubtedly difficult for Qin Feng to explain. Before this, he had already made some plans. He knew of an immemorial treasure trove, and that immemorial treasure trove contained a heaven boundary stone. The heaven realm stone was a space-type divine item that was extremely rare. This was a way out. However, that ancient treasure trove was very dangerous. In Qin Feng's memory, that ancient treasure trove contained some terrifying things. The Heaven Realm Stone was a self-sealed divine item of a space-type ancient antique. If it wasn't necessary, Qin Feng really didn't want to provoke that antique. Once he took out the Heaven Realm Stone, that antique would most likely break out of the seal. Of course, the first thing he would do after breaking out of the seal would definitely be to destroy Qin Feng, the guy who had a conflict with him on the Great Tao. Another way out was to obtain the space origin in the Poria Cocos wood of the Three Realms. The Poria Cocos wood of the Three Realms was a space-type yang, wood that contained a ball of the Heaven Realm's origin. If he could obtain it, breaking through the Yang God Realm and becoming a sage-to-be would be just around the corner. The reason why Qin Feng agreed to the demoness request was because of that precious Heaven Realm's origin. On this day, Qin Feng's tent, which had been set up with a restriction, had been triggered. Qin Feng frowned, got up, and walked out of the tent. Outside, Chang Qin, who was guarding outside, immediately said when he saw Qin Feng come out, "General, you've come out of seclusion. Just now, a disciple came to report that several martial uncles have asked you to come to the main tent. They have a mission for you." Qin Feng said to Chang Qin with a faint smile. He glanced at the camp, which was hundreds of miles long and had many banners. Sensing the boiling star power, he said to Chang Qin, "Is the general attack about to begin?" Chang Qin asked, "General, you're wise. If my information is correct, the marshal has asked you to come out of seclusion this time to prepare to send you to attack one of the 18 city gates of the Golden Light Demon Metropolis." After saying that, he took out a dimensional ring and said, "By the way, there's also this. A few days ago, Marshal Uncle Liu, the head of the Central Huang village, came here. He asked me to give this to you. These are some spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and treasures that he personally selected after plundering many ancient cities." Chapter 717. Oh, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Qin Feng scanned the dimensional ring with his divine telekinesis, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. There were many spirit fruits, spirit herbs, and even precious spirit roots. They were almost comparable to the treasuries of third-rate sections. Although there were no precious heaven-grade spirit roots or heaven-grade treasures, the Qin family's heritage was enough. This was enough for the new generation of the Qin family to grow rapidly. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng waved his sleeve and took out a portion of the spirit herbs. Instantly, a small mountain of spirit herbs appeared in the tent. Endless spirit light soared into the sky. The many overlords of Xingqian school, guarding outside, couldn't help but look over. The spiritual herbs that could be identified by Stockade, Master Liu, and sent over were all of good quality. The lowest grade spirit herbs were at least 1,000 years old. Many of them were thousands of years old. "General, what are you doing?" Chang Qin's eyes lit up as he stared at the pile of spirit herbs. Even he couldn't help but be tempted by the spirit roots. "Brothers, it's fate to follow me, Qin Feng. Chang Qin, you can take a portion and distribute the rest to your brothers." Qin Feng chuckled. He wasn't a stingy person. Although these spirit herbs were precious, it was definitely worth it to befriend Chang Qin, the future fire god. Moreover, he needed to establish his influence among the astral soldiers and astral generals. After taking over the Peach Blossom village, he needed to build a new team. A boss who was powerful, loved his subordinates, and was generous, was an extremely good choice for the disciples of the Star Sect. I thank you on behalf of my brothers, General. Changqing's face lit up. For the first time, there was a hint of genuine emotion in his voice. There were so many spirit herbs and spirit roots in front of him. This was simply a feast. Not only him, but the 10 commanders and some of the captains would also greatly improve their strength with these treasures. On the battlefield, the stronger one was, the higher the chance of survival. Qin Feng was saving their lives. Qin Feng waved his hand and walked out of the tent. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the central golden tent. As soon as he entered this place, Qin Feng clearly felt an enormous pressure. It was as if he was near an ancient divine mountain and was surrounded by experts. Stop! At the entrance, countless astral soldiers and astral generals in silver-white battle armor were patrolling. Seeing Qin Feng, a general with a rather high position walked over. After sizing up Qin Feng, the disciple in the silver-white robe said, "Senior brother, this is a strategic location. You are not allowed to trespass without being summoned. Junior brother, please help me pass on the message that the chief of Peach Blossom Stockade, Qin Feng, has been summoned here." Hearing this, the true disciple was shocked. Are you the legendary senior brother Qin Feng, who opened up a path by himself? Qin Feng could vaguely sense that there were countless gazes from the surrounding patrolling experts sweeping over. Most of them were filled with curiosity and envy, but there were also some that were filled with malice and hostility. Qin Feng was inwardly startled. There were at least several 100,000 astral soldiers and astral generals in this camp. What sort of concept was several 100,000 martial artists? Even a 7th-level Earth Saint or an 8th-level World King Saint would be killed in a single strike. After the disciple learned of Qin Feng's identity, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurried into the golden tent and came out a moment later. "Senior brother, True Monarch Green Sovereign invites you in." True Monarch Green Sovereign stood at the center of the golden tent. In Qin Feng's eyes, this true monarch was like a green sun that had been implanted into countless dimensions. Although he was close, Qin Feng couldn't see through his true appearance. This feeling was like a fish in the water looking at a passerby on the shore. A layer of laws penetrated through the endless void, giving Qin Feng a strange feeling. What laws? Seems too low level. Good fortune laws? This doesn't seem like it. Qin Feng looked up at this sun. It was like a massive green world, and a layer of pressure rose up spontaneously. This is at least a 7th-level Earth Saint level existence. In this war, True Monarch 9 Origin was the commander, while True Monarch Hong Yang and True Monarch Green Sovereign were the left and right vice commanders. According to etiquette, Qin Feng was directly under his command. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He cupped his fists together and bowed. "Marshal, disciple Qin Feng reports for duty." Qin Feng felt a gaze fall on him from a higher dimension. An extremely terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. This pressure was like a tsunami crashing down on Qin Feng's body. Kacha! All the muscles and bones in his body were crushed in an instant. Even his internal organs were crushed into a pile of mud. What is this old fellow trying to do? Is he trying to probe me? Qin Feng was enraged. The 5th level of the 8 Desolation Immortal Mystery art instantly erupted. A brilliant silver light shot out from his muscles and bones, instantly reforming his body. His feet trembled. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body. Rumble. Half of Qin Feng's body was pressed into the ground. It seems like I have to show my true abilities. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp brilliance. The chaotic grotto's origin energy flowed into his body. The immense energy lifted the pressure on his body. Rumble. Like a million rays of golden light, Qin Feng broke through the divine mountain. He stepped out of the ground instantly. His violent aura bombarded the void. It was like thousands of thunderbolts shattering the void and turning the void in the golden tent into dust. Good lad, you do have some skills. No wonder you could stand out and become the chief of Peach Blossom Stockade. True Monarch Green Sovereign's eyes flashed with a strange light. The aura receded like a tide. Qin Feng withdrew his aura and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, just as they said, you do have the power of a medium grotto. Even I have not been able to cultivate a medium grotto. A chuckling voice came from the void. Forget it, he said with a smile. Qin Feng, you can withstand my aura pressure. You do have the ability to take charge of a region. Hearing this, Qin Feng secretly thought that it was as expected. True Monarch Green Sovereign was indeed testing him. Next, it was time to appoint him. As expected, True Monarch Green Sovereign said solemnly, Qin Feng, listen up. I order you to be the general of the 18th Vanguard on the left. You will lead 30,000 astral soldiers and astral generals to attack the West Glorious Gate of the Golden Light Demon City. Tomorrow at noon, you will act on my orders. Once the time is up, attack the city immediately. Qin Feng cupped his fists. Yes, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this attack on the Golden Light Demon City is a serious matter. Don't disappoint us. No matter which vanguard opens the Golden Light Demon City first, we can promise you that we will let them choose one item from the spoils of war in the Golden Light Demon City. This was a great reward. The Golden Light Demon City had been managed by the Golden Light Colored Glass Butterfly race for thousands of years. Countless spiritual roots and spiritual items gathered here. This was the vanguard of the wilderness and the various sections. Every year, countless spiritual items from the wilderness flowed to the 99 continents. As long as one had a good eye, they would have a high chance of getting a divine item. If they could get a divine item and integrate it into their grotto, the chances of their chaotic grotto reaching the 4th level would be very high. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 718. Inside the golden tent, Qin Feng was appointed as the general of the 18th Vanguard Army. In another tent, the sages of the 28 peaks gathered. What do you think? How could Qin Feng become the general of the 1st Vanguard Army when he was just promoted to Fort Master? He's just a supreme mighty, but he's above us. If this gets out, we'll be laughing our heads off. The coarse voice of True Monarch Spring Thunder of the Wood Dipper Peak resounded in the tent. Most of the sages of the peaks were unhappy. The position of the general of the 18th Vanguard Army was highly sought after. If anyone could break through the city walls and rush into the Golden Light demonic capital, it would be a great contribution. 17 of the 18 Vanguard armies were extremely powerful sages, and some were even sage kings. In the corner, 9th Lady Gong's son, Lu Tufeng, and the other 3 sages stood aside with deep gazes. If they hadn't seen Qin Feng kill 4 sages with one sword, they might have had some opinions. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying means, the 4 sages no longer had any opinions. After hearing perfected cultivator Spring Thunder's words, 9th Lady Gong's son couldn't hold it in any longer. She stood up and cupped her hands at the sages of the 28 peaks. Everyone, all the saints here are the elites of our sect, the cornerstones of our sect. After countless battles, everyone here is very clear about the power of Golden Light Demon City. Qin Feng was able to take the lead in completing the mission. This is obvious to all. Isn't this enough to prove it to everyone? Junior Sister Gong's son, that's not the same thing. Besides, who knows if Qin Feng is up to something? Perfected cultivator Thousand Beasts of Kuemu Peak said insinuatingly. 9th Lady Gong's son frowned, not knowing how to explain. Looking at the sages around her, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a stage 2 supreme mighty could kill 4 powerful sages with one sword. There was no way to explain it. Zhang Han, perfected cultivator Fairy Sound, and perfected cultivator Iron Scene were also speechless. That's enough. You're all men. Aren't you just jealous? This is the will of the 3 marshals, as well as the will of the everlasting joys, everlasting demon subduing palace. Is there any meaning in doing this? There are not many people in Xingqian school who dare to ridicule the sages so brazenly in Xingqian school. The saints' eyes twitched as they looked at the beautiful, true monarch Hongwan. True monarch Spring Thunder and true monarch Myriad Beasts kept their mouths tightly shut. This true monarch Hongwan was a troublemaker in Xingqian school. In their youth, they had suffered many losses in the hands of true Lord Hongwan. Many of the sages present were traumatized by this fiery and beautiful junior sister. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of getting back at her, but this woman was too strong, especially that strange, innate red Luan true fire. More than half of the people present had suffered from the innate red Luan true fire before. At the thought of being harassed by countless men, the faces of the sages present darkened. As for the background, the person in front of them was the favorite disciple of the current sect master. Stop complaining. Look at your unhappy faces. I know you're up to no good. Let me tell you, junior brother Qin Feng is Niu Jinfeng's only disciple. It's related to whether my man can successfully advance. I won't forgive anyone who dares to do anything bad to me. True monarch Hong Wan put her hands on her waist and glared at them. Her beautiful face was fierce. Wherever his gaze passed, all the saints lowered their heads and lowered their heads. The Saint King couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Junior sister Hong Wan, we don't have any other intentions. Let's do it this way. According to the rules, everyone can choose a team. There are 18 teams, and the Saint can choose which one to follow. There were only 17 Vanguard officials present. Qin Feng hadn't arrived yet. Obviously, Qin Feng was excluded. The Saints immediately began to choose their leader. Obviously, the Saints didn't think highly of Qin Feng. Choosing a leader had to be done carefully. The most important thing was, of course, the leader's strength and connections. The Saints present had come all the way here from Xingqian school to reap the benefits. Everyone knew that whoever could attack the Golden Light Demon Capital first would be able to reap the most benefits. There was no lack of powerful Saint Kings among the 17 Vanguard officials present. Most of the Saints chose these Saint Kings. The more powerful a Saint King was, the more Saints would gather under him. Seeing this, true monarch Hong Luan was furious and was about to explode. Gongsun Jinyang pulled her back and transmitted her voice. "Senior sister, let them be. According to the rules set by the marshals this time, whoever attacks the Golden Light Demon Capital first can choose the spoils first. These guys don't have good eyesight. It's good that there are still some people left to split the spoils with us." Only then did true monarch Hong Wan's anger turn to joy. Seeing the Saints enter the tent and the other 17 Vanguard official subordinates, the 5 Saints secretly sneered. The next day, Qin Feng appeared in front of the camp. Dust billowed from the 18 Vanguard roads. More than 100,000 star soldiers and star generals gathered in the void. Starlight could be seen for thousands of miles. The drums shook the sky. The sound shook the wilderness. In the boundless void, it was as if 18 gigantic stars had appeared in the form of the sun. Qin Feng stood on top of the cloud with many banners behind him. 30,000 silver-armored star soldiers stood solemnly, and their flags fluttered in the wind. The 5 saints stood on the side like 5 stars, emitting starlight that shook the sky. Qin Feng was in high spirits. The power of the chaotic essence stars in his body communicated with the 5 saints around him. At the same time, the 30,000 star soldiers and star generals gathered together and turned into a terrifying sun that crushed the void. Qin Feng smiled at the 5 saints around him. "Everyone, I'm counting on the 5 of you to help me this time. Heavenly Lord Qin, you're too polite. This time, the 18th Vanguard Army will take the first credit and broaden the horizons of those snobs." True Monarch Hong Wan, Gongsun Jinyang, Zhang Han, True Monarch Xianin, and True Monarch Taimu all laughed. The 5 saints' eyes were full of fighting spirit. After seeing what Qin Feng was capable of, the 5 saints had absolute confidence in Qin Feng. True Monarch Hong Wan stood on a red cloud and yelled, "This time, we'll broaden the horizons of Light Saint King, Spirit Saint King, 9 Dragon Saint King, Perfected Lord Fufeng, and Ancestral Patriarch Golden Spirit." On the side, a cold snort came from the other 17 giant stars that were ready. "You're talking big. What a joke. Junior sister Hong Wan, don't wait for us to come to your rescue later. It's too early to boast, some saints sneered. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes. There were many powerful people in the 17 vanguard armies. Among them, the Holy King of Light, Holy King of Channeling, Holy King of Nine Dragons, Holy King of Nine Dragons, Holy Lord Fufeng, and Patriarch Golden Spirit were the main generals of the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 10th, and 15th armies. They were all Saint Kings who had been famous for a long time. Chapter 719. The Light Master Holy King came from the Gold-Faced Peak and had the law of light at the level of a Holy King. He had once been a spy in the Great Sunlight Temple for almost 1,000 years and made an indelible contribution to the destruction of the Great Sunlight Temple. It was also rumored that the last true inheritance of the Great Sunlight Temple was also in his hands, and he was extremely powerful. The law of light was a high-level law. The psychic master Holy King came from the Gold-Faced Peak, and his natal star was the rare underworld star, which was a star of death. His natal grotto heaven was called the Netherworld Kingdom, and he called himself the Lord of the Underworld. The Nine Dragons Holy King, perfected Lord Fufeng, and Patriarch Golden Spirit were also not ordinary people. Each of them had left behind legends in the Spirit Sea realm. They were living fossils from hundreds of years ago. Every one of them was famous for their fighting prowess. They usually guarded the empires and stabilized the lower houses, but this time they received the summons and rushed back from all directions. Qin Feng did not dare to underestimate these people at all. They also had the help of many saints under their command, and in terms of momentum, they were stronger than his army. Perfected Lord Hong Wan cursed with her hands on her waist. I need your help. You blind fools, your eyeballs will explode later. I'll let you know that choosing the Light Master Holy King, the Psychic Holy King, the Nine Dragons Holy King, True Lord Fufeng, and the Golden Spirit Patriarch is the biggest mistake of your life. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. He, the main target of the humiliation, hadn't spoken yet, but his senior sister had already exploded. The Psychic Master Holy King, who led the 3rd troop, couldn't stand it anymore. Junior sister, don't be too full of yourself. We naturally know about this junior brother Qin Feng. I heard that he has broken through 11 main cities by himself. However, this time, he is attacking the Golden Light Demon Capital. This Golden Light Demon Capital is not like those small cities. It has the support of the 3 realms Poria Wood. A city can be said to be a world. It is not something that can be broken through by a single hero. Junior sister, if I were you, I wouldn't place my hopes on a supreme grand cultivator. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, the Golden Light monstrous capital isn't something that can be conquered by a mere grotto heaven. On the other side, a cold voice came from a golden star that looked like a divine weapon. Junior sister Hong Wan, you have to carefully consider it. We've traveled thousands of miles to rush to the Golden Light demonic city, so don't return empty-handed. Qin Feng could feel countless gazes on him. They were filled with mockery, ridicule, and indifference. Qin Feng was secretly furious. These Saint Kings were squeezing him with their words. He originally didn't want to return the favor, but now he couldn't just sit back and watch. Qin Feng sneered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Senior brothers, since you keep saying that you look down on me, a supreme expert, do you have the guts to make a bet with me? A gentle voice came from a star filled with a gentle breeze. What do you want to bet? He was true Lord Windrider. Patriarch Golden Spirit's voice sounded. Kid, what do you want to bet? Qin Feng looked around at the 17 huge stars. Since all of you are so confident in yourselves, then let's bet on who will be the first to break into the Golden Light Demon Capital. The Nine Dragons Saint King said lazily. That's a good suggestion. Kid, how do you want to bet? Since we're betting, there must be a rule, right? A cold sneer flashed in his eyes. The rule is very simple. I won't take advantage of you. Senior brothers, if any of you enter the Golden Light Demon Capital first, you win. On the other hand, if I, Qin Feng, enter the Golden Light Demon Capital first, then I, Qin Feng, win. One arrogant kid. He wants to fight the 5 of us alone. He's crazy. Many saints couldn't believe their ears. Kid, you're too arrogant. The psychic Saint King was so angry that he laughed. You've just been promoted to the leader of the Peach Blossom Village. Don't think that everyone else in Xingqian School is useless. He's too arrogant. The other 4 Saint Kings were also furious. He wanted to fight the 5 of them alone, and they were all supreme experts who had just become true disciples. The other 12 vanguards shook their heads secretly. They looked at Qin Feng and thought that he was tired of living. The psychic Saint King's dark Death Star was filled with the roars of countless demonic souls. A cold voice sounded. Kid, since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. However, since it's a bet, we'll naturally have to add something to it. Qin Feng sneered. What do you want? Spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, you can name it. I'll accompany you. With Qin Feng's wealth, he indeed had the right to say that. The psychic Saint King smiled sinisterly. I don't want anything from you. I only have one request. You'll lose. You want to run 3 rounds around the Golden Light Demon Capital naked? What? Not only Qin Feng, but many of the saints present could not help but be shocked. Great, that's it. Qin Feng, if you agree to this request, we'll bet with you. Patriarch Golden Spirit's mocking voice sounded. The Light Master Saint King's laughter sounded. That's right. I don't lack any spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, or cultivation techniques. I just want to see a true disciple run around naked. Agreed. Agreed. The 9 dragons, Saint King, and perfected Lord Fufeng's voices sounded. Perfected Lord Hongwan, Gongsun Jinyang, and the other saints' expressions changed. This bet was too big, running around naked. With Qin Feng's current status, if he ran around naked, he would lose all his face. He might even become the laughingstock of the entire Xingqian School, or even the Spirit Sea realm. Qin Feng, you have to be careful. Perfected Lord Hongwan said telepathically. Even someone as carefree as her could feel the thick malice in the 5 Saint Kings' words. Qin Feng was silent as he secretly weighed the pros and cons. What's wrong? Qin Feng? You don't have the guts. If you can't afford to bet, don't pretend to be a big shot. The psychic Saint King sneered. If you can't afford to bet, then don't bet. A mere new true disciple dares to be so arrogant and challenge 5 old Saint Kings. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't know how to restrain yourself. You're asking for humiliation. Many of the sages sneered and mocked him without restraint. Many of the saints harbored great enmity towards such outstanding newcomers. The saints had gone through countless trials and tribulations to reach their current status. Qin Feng was on equal footing with them at such a young age. Although many saints did not say anything, this made many saints feel uncomfortable. Seeing an opportunity, they did not mind adding insult to injury. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. After a while, he looked around at the saints present and said lightly, I agree to this condition. What? He actually agreed. The saints quieted down and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Good, Qin Feng, you're a bold person. The psychic Saint King was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. This is what you agreed to. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. However, in front of so many experts present, you won't dare to go back on your word. Don't worry, I, Qin Feng, always keep my word. However, since I have to run around naked if I lose, for the sake of fairness, you 5 Saint Kings have to run around naked if you lose. Qin Feng raised his head and bared his fangs. Be considerate. The Black Tortoise has already done his best. There's really no faster speed, unless the Black Tortoise resigns. Actually, resigning is also fine, but you have to let the Black Tortoise see your support. If your support allows the Black Tortoise's parents to stop working, the Black Tortoise will naturally give up his job and focus on working full-time. Chapter 720. What? That's impossible. This kid is really daring. He wants the 5 Sage Kings to run around naked. Is that even possible? Yeah, if the 5 Sage Kings run around naked, it'll be an eternal scandal. The sages whispered to each other with strange expressions on their faces. The 5 Sage Kings were silent. Behind Qin Feng, perfected Lord Hongwan started to clamor. What's wrong? You 5 don't dare to compete anymore? Weren't you clamoring to embarrass us earlier? Who's the one who can't afford to gamble? Who says we can't afford to gamble? The psychic sage king's gloomy voice came from the ancient star in the sky that was filled with the aura of the netherworld. His tone was always filled with a chill. Qin Feng, I didn't want to bicker with you because of my identity, but since you're determined to humiliate yourself, I'll teach you a lesson. Since the psychic sage king has agreed, I'll play with you too. The light master sage king also spoke. Since junior brother Qin Feng is willing to play with us, if the 5 of us don't agree, doesn't that mean we're afraid of you? The 9 dragons sage king, perfected Lord Fufeng, and Patriarch Golden Spirit spoke one after another. They all stared at Qin Feng with sneers in their eyes. The other sages in the 12 armies secretly shook their heads. In this bet, Qin Feng had even less of a chance of winning. It was not because of the young Qin Feng, but because the Sage King's armies could be said to be luxurious and powerful. Even the weakest 9 dragons Sage King had more than 8 sage experts under his command. The strongest light master Sage King, the psychic Sage King, had more than 10 sages under his command. Among them, the light master Sage King had 11 sages under his command. The psychic Sage King had more than 12 ancient sages under his command. These 2 Saint Kings were different from ordinary Saint King level powerhouses. Even if an ordinary Sage King reached the Sage King level, he was not qualified to be called a Sage King. Only those ancient and extremely powerful existences were qualified to be called a Sage King. The Light Master Holy King had been undercover in the Great Sunlight Temple for thousands of years. He had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Great Sunlight Temple, so he was known as the Light Master Holy King. The Psychic Saint King was an old Saint King. He was the leader of all the saints. He had once reincarnated and opened up a new path for many experts in the sect who were nearing the end of their lifespans. These old Saint Kings had a lot of prestige and connections in the sect. In all fairness, even Qin Feng had to admit that in terms of prestige and connections, he was inferior to these experts. Qin Feng had some prestige, but his circle was very small. It was the same for connections. These things needed to be managed. After all, Qin Feng had just become a core disciple of Xingqian School. 2 years is nothing compared to these old monsters who have been rooted in Xingqian School for more than 1,000 years. Junior brother Qin, are you confident? Our 18th army is attacking the West Glorious Gate. The Golden Light Demon Capital is enveloped by the 3 realms Poria Trees barrier. It's almost a realm. There are a total of 18 gates in the Golden Light Demonic Metropolis, and each gate is guarded by a rank 4 demonic saint or even a rank 5 demonic saint. Backed by the 3 realms Poria Wood barrier, they have the support of barrier power. Almost everyone has the support of a medium-sized heavenly abode. Gongsun Jinyang still felt that Qin Feng was a bit impulsive. The fame of the 5 Saint Kings was too great. Even saints like them had grown up listening to the legends of these Saint Kings. Qin Feng, you should be careful. This Sage King is different from ordinary Sage Kings. As far as I know, they have already refined their own natal astral weapons. The carefree, true monarch Hong Wan also reminded Qin Feng. Everyone knew that the Xingqian School's art of the mixed stars was extraordinary, especially the most important part, the Universe Divine Weapon Mystic Record. The Universe Divine Weapon Mystic Record recorded 365 ways to forge astral weapons. Among them, there were 9 high-grade ones, 72 high-grade ones, and 108 mid-grade ones. Although the rest were low-grade ones. Once forged, they would all be extremely powerful true weapons. Even the lowest grade astral weapon diagram could easily rival a mid-heaven true weapon when forged. As for the 72 high-grade astral weapons, once forged, their power could rival a Khanate true weapon. As for the 9 high-grade astral weapons, they could even rival a top-grade Khanate true weapon nurtured by the heavens and earth. These astral weapons could truly steal the fortune of heaven and earth and invade the mysteries of the sun and moon. They could be considered Dao, proving treasures. Gongsun Jinyang possessed the Taisu Green Lotus Sword, which made her famous among the saints. Qin Feng's face was solemn. If these five sage kings had truly forged their own natal astral weapons, then he would be in trouble this time. If they were low-grade astral weapons, then it would be fine. But if they were mid-grade astral weapons, then he would be in danger. If the 9 supreme star weapons of the highest quality were to be nurtured, impossible. Qin Feng shook his head at the thought of the 9 supreme astral weapons that had always been the talk of Xingqian school. Those were the top-grade astral weapons. Each of them could be said to have gathered the fortune of the Spirit Sea Realm's Star Tao. It was too difficult to nurture the 9 supreme astral weapons. The Tower of Stars, the Cosmic Star Map, the Primeval Star Refining Pot, the Infinite Star Seal. Just thinking about it made Qin Feng's heart palpitate. A kind of pressure appeared in his heart. Qin Feng felt a sense of urgency in the depths of his heart. Once he reached the Sage-to-Be realm, he could also forge his own natal astral weapon. Every star in the sky corresponded to a kind of astral weapon, which was nurtured by the natal power of the stars. Especially for a constellation reincarnator like him, who had the primeval main star as his natal star, the astral weapon he nurtured would be much more powerful than that of an ordinary Star Tao expert. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just then, a silver light descended from the void. An unparalleled pressure suddenly appeared in the sage's minds. The head of the gold-skinned peak, venerable Mingyue. At the same time, a huge and unparalleled astral flag appeared from the void. It's the primitive astral flag, which ranks 8th among the 72 superior astral weapons recorded in the secret record of universe weapons. Some experts were absent-minded. The 8th-ranked Star God Banner of the 72 mountain cities was the Desolate Star God Banner. It was a supreme star true treasure that was used as the main weapon. It possessed the power to destroy worlds, and the main materials used to refine it were the star core of star, 3-realm silk, innate star god iron, and heavenly stone. A lot of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. The demon-like figure in the silver light held the astral weapon. The primitive astral flag swayed, and a layer of terrifying divine light swept across the void. Crack! Crack! As if space and time were being torn apart by this astral weapon, the terrible power bombarded the golden light demon capital. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed. In an instant, the 3 realms Poria boundary, which was originally like a huge cave, suddenly cracked open a huge hole. Countless experts of the demon clan were smashed by the starlight and lightning. Among them, there was no lack of powerful figures of the demon clan, and even the tyrannical demon saints were completely destroyed by this blow. The entire core of the Golden Light Demon Palace was mostly turned into ruins under the starlight. Bastard! A flustered and exasperated roar came from the depths of the Demon Palace. Qin Feng's face changed dramatically. This blow was too terrifying. Even a high-level Pure Land that surpassed a medium-sized cave could not withstand the primitive astral flag. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Chapter 721. Above the Golden Demon Capital, the power of the barrier was weakened by more than half. The 5 sage kings seemed to be prepared. Brothers and sisters, it's time for us to make a name for ourselves. Charge with me. Charge! Break through the demon capital. Capture the demon lord alive. Charge in. Plunder the demon capital. Many vanguard officials roared, and the starlight rushed toward the city gate like a dozen torrents. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Brothers, follow me and charge into the capital. Let's take the first credit. Take the first credit." The faces of the star generals and star soldiers were excited. Charge! Like a comet, they crossed 200 miles in the blink of an eye. The group instantly appeared in front of the huge golden demon capital. An ancient door that seemed to be emitting golden light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Thousands of rays of golden light rolled, and thousands of rays of auspicious air sprayed out purple mist. The gate was like an ancient gate that guarded heaven and earth. It was deep green and made of colored glass. It was bright and made of precious jade. There were more than 10 demon race sages on both sides. One of them was wearing armor and holding a mace. There were thousands of demon race sages on all sides. They were holding halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. They looked fierce. Looking from thousands of miles away, it was even more shocking. There were several large pillars with golden-scaled, brilliant sun, red whisker dragons wrapped around them. There were also several long bridges with colorful feathers and phoenixes on top of them. The red clouds reflected the sky, and the green mist covered the entrance. A terrifying majesty rushed out from the gate. Even the sages could not help but feel a sense of pressure from the bottom of their hearts. West Glorious Gate. People from Xingqian School. At the gate, more than 10 demon race sages looked coldly at the starlight thousands of feet away. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. The ancient gate was not like an ordinary gate. Under the support of the golden demon capital and the 3 realms fulling wood, it was like an ancient true weapon. True monarch Hongluan, true monarch divine sound, and the others frowned a glance. The entire golden light demon city had been sealed off, and the only way in was through this door. However, even if there was no one guarding the door, it would still be very difficult to enter. Now, there were more than 10 bee saints supporting it, and more than 10,000 elite bee soldiers guarding it. Augmented by demonic power, the power he exuded was no less than that of a great sage. Junior brother Qin Feng, what should we do? Qin Feng's eyes were cold. With a flick of his sleeve, countless inner demons turned into black chi and surged towards the door, intending to break the city gate from the inside. But in the next moment, his expression changed as an extremely mighty and terrifying will extended out from the demon's gate. Rumble. Like countless green lightning bolts, the layers of inner demons shattered. Countless inner demon chi were expelled. Damn it, it's the will of that wood ancestor. Qin Feng's face darkened. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. With his current strength, he was still unable to shake the will of an expert at the level of ancestor wood. Since I can't use the Tao of trickery, then I'll use brute force to break all techniques. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the horizon. Like a star crashing onto the ground, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. It's the light master sage ruler and the others. A huge star, like the sun in the sky, heavily bombarded the city gate. The terrifying scene made Gongsun Jianyang, perfected monarch divine sound, and the others pale. The door trembled violently for a moment, and cracks appeared. From afar, it looked like it was about to collapse. But in the next moment, tens of thousands of inner demons rushed out from the city. The city gate emitted a bright light and instantly repaired itself. Even this can't shake the demon's gate. Gongsun Jianyang muttered to herself, a trace of shock in her beautiful eyes. In all fairness, the combined power of a holy king, 12 saints, and 30,000 astral generals and astral generals and astral generals through the heavenly devil-vanquishing star formation had already surpassed the might of a 6th-step great saint. It was comparable to a 7th-level earth sage. But this power still couldn't shake the third door. The defensive power of this demon city was simply terrifying. It's useless. If we don't show our true strength, we won't be able to shake these 18 golden demon gates. Perfected monarch Hongluan's extremely beautiful face revealed an expected smile. The origin of the gate in front of them was not simple. In fact, after thousands of years of operation by the Golden Light royal family, the Golden Light Demon City had already turned into a terrifying existence that was like a combination of formations, caves, and even true weapons. After thousands of years of refinement, the city in front of them was integrated with countless treasures and an unimaginable number of orbs of will. It was no different from a divine city on the ground. As the most important 18 golden demon gates, they were the most special existences. These 18 demon gates were modeled after a top-grade innate true weapon, the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth. They had incredible power and were definitely not comparable to ordinary true weapons. If it weren't for the fact that the demon city's power was restrained by the primitive star god flag, A single attack would be enough to kill the sage ruler. Boom! The 17th army began to test the waters one after another. Kacha! Kacha! At this moment, the golden star that Patriarch Golden Spirit had transformed into had a huge commotion. A dazzling golden dagger axe appeared in the void. Stars suddenly appeared in the sky, and a vast starlight shone on the golden dagger axe that exuded an ancient and boundless aura. A wave of heat that could burn the heavens erupted from the golden dagger axe. The primordial flaming sun golden dagger axe ranked 298th on the Heavenly Cycle stellar weapon list. Zhang Han was a little absent-minded. This sage ruler has indeed cultivated this supreme, true weapon that symbolizes the primordial flaming sun. That old man Golden Spirit is going all out. The sages stopped their attacks and couldn't help but look at Patriarch Golden Spirit. Boom! Raging heat burst out from the golden dagger axe that Patriarch Golden Spirit had transformed into. The distorted power of the flaming sun burned through the void within a radius of 300 miles. It was as if a golden sun had appeared out of thin air in the sky. So powerful, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the golden dagger axe that Patriarch Golden Spirit had transformed into was intertwined with the countless solar stars in the billions of galaxies. Boundless solar star power was being attracted. In an instant, Patriarch Golden Spirit's power increased by at least 10 times. The blazing power made them feel like they were about to melt, even though they were several miles away. They had no choice but to form a formation to protect their bodies. The terrifying power of the flaming sun formed an incomparably scorching golden tornado that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Patriarch Golden Spirit stepped on the void. He was a golden-robed old man. His body emitted terrifying fluctuations that could destroy the void. His beard and hair were fluttering in anger as he held the golden dagger axe. The golden dagger axe that was floating in front of him suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light, hanging in the sky like a dazzling sun. Break for Patriarch! Patriarch Golden Spirit suddenly let out a fierce shout. As soon as he shouted, the ancient golden dagger axe immediately turned into a blurry ray of light and shot out like lightning, striking the 15th door like a meteor. Chapter 722. A blurry ray of light shot out from the blazing golden dagger axe like a bolt of lightning. Like a golden star, it crashed into the 15th Demon Clan gate. Boom! A shocking explosion that was enough to shatter one's eardrums suddenly resounded through the sky. An extremely terrifying solar storm instantly swept out from the point of impact between the golden dagger axe and the gate, spreading for several miles. Under this terrifying solar storm, everyone present, including the chief of Gold Peak who was holding the primitive star god flag in the distance, could not help but temporarily stop what he was doing. It's junior brother Jin Ling's primordial sun golden dagger axe. I didn't expect junior brother Jin Ling to have successfully cultivated this supreme treasure. Crack! There was a thunderous explosion. Under the eyes of all the saints, the thick barrier formed by the door shattered in an instant, like a broken piece of porcelain. The golden primordial sun golden dagger axe blasted into the gate, setting off a blazing wave that poured into the gate like an ocean. The terrifying golden heat wave swept out. The demon soldiers and demon saints stationed in the gate suffered the most direct blow. In an instant, tens of thousands of demon soldiers were evaporated by the power of the primordial sun golden dagger axe. Some of the more agile demon clan mighty figures and demon saints escaped, while some who were slower were hit by the fire wave. Immediately, their chests felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Spitting out blood, their bodies flew hundreds of feet away. Haha, everyone, I'll go first. And Qin Feng, you little brat, just wait to run naked. Seeing this, Patriarch Jin Ling laughed. He turned into a ray of golden light and rushed toward the primordial demon gate. Oh no, junior brother Qin Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Han, Supreme Tai Mu, and the others were shocked. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was calm. Old Ghost Jin Ling is going to suffer. Supreme Hong Wan narrowed her eyes and sneered. Traces of bright red flames burned in her eyes. Qin Feng saw clearly that this was some kind of powerful eye technique that could see through reality. Boom! As soon as Patriarch Jin Ling entered the demon gate, there was a sudden change. The entire gate suddenly produced countless illusory voids. It was so close, yet so far away. It was as if Patriarch Golden Spirit had crashed headfirst into this boundless illusory plane, unable to find the way to enter the door. This is the birth of a plane. How is this possible? This isn't an ability that can only be possessed by those above the 5th layer of a medium-sized grotto heaven. Could it be that this giant city was transformed from a medium-sized grotto heaven? Gongsun Junyang and the other sages were a little dazed by this scene. I'm afraid it's not just a middle-sized paradise. This one is at least a top-notch middle-sized paradise. It's only half a step away from becoming a large-scale paradise and reaching the level of self-created world. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered. True Monarch Hong Wan chuckled. This time, Jin Ling is in for some fun. He is too careless. The details of the Golden Light Demon Capital are not as simple as he imagined. He won't be able to come out from those illusory dimensional planes for a while. That's right. Perfected Monarch Divine Sound and the others were not as optimistic as perfected Monarch Hongwan. Since this Golden Light Beast Metropolis is transformed from a top-notch mid-sized cave, how are we going to break into the city? The saints frowned. Not only did Gongsun Junyang and the others look troubled, but the other saints also felt a headache coming on. All the saints had seen the power that Patriarch Golden Spirit had unleashed. Even with such tyrannical power, he still managed to trap them. In the void, the Light Master Sacred Ruler Psychic Ruler, Sacred Ruler 9 Dragons, and True Monarch Fufeng were communicating with their divine wills. Everyone, I've already seen that the 18 doors are actually interconnected. Although Junior Brother Golden Spirit broke through the 15 doors with one strike. In an extreme moment, the power of your grotto heaven circulated and instantly repaired the door, rendering Junior Brother Golden Spirit's efforts useless. The Light Master Sacred Ruler's tone revealed a hint of seriousness. True Monarch Fufeng was troubled. This is a little difficult. You and I both know the power of the culmination grotto heaven. Unless the foundation is damaged in one strike, it will be very difficult to break through. Actually, it's not that there is no way. There are 3 ways to break open the door. Sacred Ruler 9 Dragons said angrily. Light Master, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. There are 3 ways. The first way is for the 18 vanguards to work together and attack at the same time. Although the Golden Light Beast Metropolis is powerful, it won't be able to take care of both sides at the same time. When the time comes, it will definitely lose focus, and we will break through the door. Sacred Ruler 9 Dragons sneered. This method definitely won't work. The 18 vanguards aren't 18 twins. Even if they are twins, they might not be able to work together. The second way is to grind it out. By relying on the tempering of the 18 vanguards, we will slowly wear out the power of this grotto heaven bit by bit. I think this is also the reason why the chief sent us vanguards. He wants us to work together to wear out the defense of this grotto heaven. Sacred Ruler Channeling's tone was gloomy. This method will take too long. What is the third way? The third way is to find the moment when the energy of this grotto heaven's operation is obscure and take the opportunity to break it. Just like the first way, with so many experts attacking this grotto heaven, there will definitely be times when it is difficult to operate. As long as we find the right opportunity, we might be able to break open the door. Perfected Lord Fufeng's tone changed slightly. This method is feasible, but the operation of this grotto heaven is like a top-tier grotto heaven array. It's difficult to find the right opportunity unless we have an ultimate treasure. Sacred Ruler Channeling laughed. That's fine. Don't forget who I am. The other 3 Sacred Rulers were enlightened. I almost forgot. You're a black-clothed supervisor of the Supervisory Hall. Great. The Supreme Heavenly Mirror, the treasure of the Supervisory Hall, can illuminate the heavens. All of you supervisors can use a trace of the Supreme Heavenly Mirror's power. With the mirror's ability, not only can you find the weakness of a mid-sized grotto heaven, you can even find the weakness of a large realm. Sacred Ruler channeling chuckled. It's not as easy as you say. If the supreme heavenly mirror is here, it will be easy. However, with my strength, I can only use the projection of the supreme heavenly mirror's laws. Without a period of time to prepare, I can only find the weakness. The other three sacred rulers smiled disapprovingly. It's fine. We have plenty of time. I think only we have the vision and ability to break open the door. Sacred Ruler channeling said cautiously, don't underestimate the enemy. It's better to pay attention to Qin Feng. That kid Qin Feng is a person with great fortune. It's absolutely not by luck that he was able to reach this step. Who knows, he might have some method to break open the door. Perfected Lord Fufeng, the Sacred Ruler of Light, said with a hint of relief. Channeling, you worry too much. Qin Feng might have some talent and luck, but there's no way he can break open the Golden Light demonic city. Sacred Ruler Nine Dragons said. Fufeng, the Sacred Ruler of Light, is right. That brat might be so scared that he wants to retreat. Boom! At this moment, a surging aura came from afar. The four sacred rulers scanned with their divine wills, and their expressions changed the next moment. Chapter 723. Of the three paths, Qin Feng naturally chose the third one. If the Light Master Sage Ruler could see it, so could Qin Feng. In fact, he even knew a dozen other ways to quickly destroy the door in front of him. However, in general, the third method was the most convenient. Destroying a top-notch mid-sized grotto heaven would be a headache even for a supreme martial artist, let alone an ordinary sage. However, it was not difficult for Qin Feng. One had to know that top-notch immortal divine seals had the ability to create grotto heavens. Even the top-notch innate immortal divine seals had the ability to create a world. Since Qin Feng could destroy the innate immortal divine seal, he could naturally see through the flaws of the grotto heaven in front of him. However, being able to see through it and destroying it were two different things. Everyone, please lend me a hand. General, you are too polite. If our general has a request, we will definitely grant it. Although they were puzzled and did not know what to do, the five sages gave an affirmative reply. Brothers, the great heavenly demon subduing formation will accept your power. The 30,000 star soldiers and star generals raised their heads and looked at each other. They smiled one after another and extended their palms. Rays of starlight flowed out from the 30,000 star soldiers and star generals like a flood. Finally, a palm smashed into Qin Feng's back. Boom! A violent aura erupted from Qin Feng's body. It was as if a river of stars had entered his body. His aura skyrocketed. The silver battle suit instantly rushed out from his body and instantly turned golden. It covered Qin Feng's entire body. The scarlet cape fluttered behind him. Dense golden light erupted from his body. The fluctuations it emitted caused the void in all directions to tremble. A terrifying divine light erupted from his eyes and shot into the clouds. Qin Feng felt that even without using the power of the grotto heaven, he was almost comparable to a sage ruler. At this moment, another 5 palms slammed on his back at the same time. 5 torrents of the same origin surged into his body. What tyrannical power! Qin Feng couldn't help but throw his head back and roar as his power reached a new peak, comparable to that of a great sage. True Monarch Hongwan, Ninth Lady Gongsun, True Monarch Celestial Tune, True Monarch Iron Scene, and Zhang Han all closed their eyes and poured almost all of their power into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's body was like a black hole, swallowing almost all the power. At this moment, the various sages, star generals, and myriad one-star instantly sensed that something was different about Qin Feng. How terrifying! His foundation is so solid. What a terrifying quality of his paradise true power. The quality of his paradise true power is like a vast ocean, but the quality of my true power is like a small stream. So mysterious, I feel that the quality of his true power is like the universe. That's not right. I feel as if the heavenly Tao has changed, and the heavens are limitless. At the very least, it's at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Hongwan, Zheng and the others' divine senses directly entered Qin Feng's body and swam in an ocean of true power. It was boundless, vast, and mysterious. Ordinary Xingqian school experts, even if they were sage kings, could only withstand 1/10 of the power of the great celestial star demon subduing array. Even if there were some experts with solid foundations and high-quality true power, they could only withstand 1/3 of it at most. However, Qin Feng was like a bottomless abyss. He absorbed almost all of the power of the 30,000 star generals and the 5 sages, and it wasn't even full yet. Boom! Qin Feng's aura instantly broke through to the peak of the great sage level. Qin Feng's eyes burst out with layers of transparent brilliance. At this moment, in his eyes, the golden light demon in front of him had changed. It changed from a city to a huge world. All kinds of operations were in front of him. However, compared to the huge golden light world in front of him, his power was still not enough. Heavenly abode power, strengthen my body, Qin Feng coldly snorted. A tear appeared in the void as the surging power of the heavenly paradise flowed into his body. Boom! In the void, tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared around him. Crack! As if he had jumped out of a layer of shackles, his whole body and even his pores emitted a glow as if he had entered a higher level. 7th stage, Earth Sage. Inside his body, it was as if they were one, and tens of thousands of voices cheered. His aura broke through the Earth Sage level, and the operation of the golden light world in front of him became clearer in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, it was as if a supreme sun had risen hundreds of miles away from the outside world. It's Qin Feng. This power is not inferior to the golden spirit Patriarch from before. How terrifying! How can he erupt with such terrifying power? This is unbelievable. In the distance, the sages who sensed the changes were shocked. In this vast and mighty fluctuation, the sunlight that poured down from the sky also slowly dissipated at this moment. The invisible light was even brighter than the sun, and it was still thousands of miles away. Even the sun in the sky was inferior. The terrifying energy swept out, and the other 17 vanguard powerhouses fled as if their lives depended on it, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying power. This power was still rising, gradually approaching a peak. Boom! He had climbed to a new peak once again. The unbridled power burst out as if it had shattered the sky. It was as tall as the sun and stood side by side with the heavens and earth. The huge power was dozens of times stronger than the fluctuations that Golden Spirit Patriarch had erupted with. The aura of an 8th stage world King Sage, Light Sage King, Spirit Sage King, 9 Dragon Sage King, and True Lord Windraiser, the 4 Sage King powerhouses, felt their lips go dry. The terrifying fluctuations swept out, and even the stars that the 17 armies had transformed into couldn't withstand the pressure and were forced to retreat dozens of miles. Goldskin Peak's head seat, who was holding the ancient desolate star god flag, was also surprised. He actually has such an ability? Oh, it seems to be the power of a middle-sized heavenly abode. However, I wonder if this kid will be able to control such a tyrannical power. He better not blow himself up. Explode. Of course, he wouldn't explode. Qin Feng was at the half-step divine demon realm in his previous life. The power of an 8th-stage World King Sage couldn't make him explode. However, his body showed signs of collapsing. Endless blood seeped out from his body, making him look like a man made of blood. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't care. His palms rapidly formed seals, and his fingers intertwined. A turbulent starlight appeared between his palms, and the terrifying power fluctuations caused the sky to tremble. A dazzling ball of white light appeared. It was only the size of an egg at first, but it soon grew to the size of a dragon's mouth. A frightening, wild, and violent energy that caused shock to surge onto the faces of everyone present slowly spread out. Primordial chaos, heaven and earth cannon. In the golden light demon palace, the master of this ancient demon palace glanced at the ball of light that appeared between Qin Feng's palms, and his face suddenly turned ugly. The terrifying power that permeated from the primordial chaos heaven and earth robe made even him feel a kind of frightening oppression. Chapter 724. Damn it. He can actually unleash such a powerful attack. A roar sounded from within the ancient demon palace, while Lin Dong's heart was greatly startled. A golden figure suddenly charged out from within the demon palace. Soon after, his body rushed out. A majestic purple-gold demonic chi suddenly surged out from within his body like floodwaters. With a loud bang, he blasted a palm towards Qin Feng. Demon Empress, your opponent is me. A sneer came from the sky. Master Mingwei instantly appeared in the void and waved the primitive star god flag. Boom! As if the sky was shaking, countless stars fell from the sky and bombarded the golden light great world. A shocking explosion that was enough to shatter one's eardrums suddenly resounded. The golden light great world trembled violently. The crystal wall hummed and trembled, and a surge of power penetrated in. The overwhelming power was like the surging waves of the sea, sweeping in all directions of the Golden Light City. In the Golden Light demon capital below, countless weak demon clan members were affected and turned into blood foam in an instant. There was no lack of cubs of the Golden Light Butterfly clan among them. Mingwei, you lowly servant, how dare you? In the demon palace, a fierce golden-clothed woman was so angry that she vomited blood. She hurriedly stopped rushing toward Qin Feng and immediately released her demon chi to suppress the raging power and reduce the loss. Chaos Heaven and Earth Cannon. At this moment, Qin Feng's preparation had reached the end. Vast power vibrated in his palm. He almost could not control it. His eyes were fixed on the golden light great world. The 18 doors rotated. Gradually, a tiny node appeared in front of his eyes. In an instant, the crystal wall rotated, and his soul operated the Qinquan heavenly elephant art to deduce. Now, Qin Feng seemed to see the obscure moment when the 18th door fluctuated a few moments later. Under the fearful gazes of the many saints and experts several kilometers away, a speck of light suddenly appeared. In the next moment, this speck of light suddenly expanded, and in the next moment, it transformed into a gigantic golden light that was as thick as half a kilometer and exploded. Under this light, many saints felt their souls tremble. In an instant, they were completely shattered by the golden light. In horror, many people hurriedly closed their eyes. However, even with their eyes closed, the golden light was still dazzling and painful. It was as if their entire bodies had turned into a torrent of fine powder in this light. However, even with their eyes closed, many tyrannical existences could still see the terrifying scene before they closed their eyes. Boom! The 18th door was pierced through in an instant. Countless illusory planes were shattered, and even a real plane in the depths of the door was turned into fine powder. In the depths of the real plane, a fierce demon saint with a full beard faintly appeared with fear in his eyes. But in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and ferocious demon saint, who was emitting boundless demon chi, disintegrated and evaporated inch by inch. Crack! A soft voice rang out, causing the expressions of many saint-level experts in the entire golden light great world to change. Boom! The entire west glorious gate shattered inch by inch like a piece of porcelain that couldn't withstand the tremendous force. The huge force was unstoppable. The terrifying energy swept through the door. Except for a few demon saints who were quick to dodge, the rest of the experts were caught off guard and were swept away by the huge force. Their chests felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. A mouthful of blood mixed with shock was spat out. Then, it turned into fine powder in the terrifying golden light. The remaining force hit the coiling dragon pillar and a long bridge. The pillar was destroyed, and the bridge was broken. It broke open, It broke open the West Gate. What a terrifying force! The West Gate, which was comparable to a true sword weapon, was shattered in an instant. Even the power of the golden light great world couldn't recover in a short time. Gulp! The golden light was dazzling. The resplendent afterglow shone on the stunned faces in the surroundings. After a while, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard one after another. Some of the saints wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads. In front of such a terrifying power that was almost comparable to nature, even saints and saint kings felt extremely small and weak. This kind of force was far beyond what they could contend with at their level. Dozens of miles away, in the center of several stars that hung high like moons, Saint King Light Sure, Saint King Medium Spirit, Saint King Nine Dragons, and Saint Lord Fufeng looked a little embarrassed. The four saint rulers were shocked and at a loss for what to do after their miscalculation. I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so strong. They looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. The four smiled bitterly. Qin Feng's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Then, the four of them thought of the bet. For a moment, the four Saint Kings were speechless. Saint Kings were streaking. Moreover, four Saint Kings were streaking together. Just thinking about it made the four Saint Kings feel disgusted. What are you all waiting for? Take the opportunity to break open the 18 doors. Master Mingyue's voice rang out. The 17 armies woke up as if they were in a dream. They used their strongest strength and began to attack the golden light great world. It's broken. Behind the 18 armies, the 3 chieftains of Shaoyang stronghold, surrounded by countless experts, had been paying attention to the battlefield. When they saw the 18th door being broken, they all laughed. This is a good chance. Attack with all your strength. For a moment, thousands of starlights rushed toward the golden light demon city like a flood. Damn it! In the golden light demon palace, a beautiful woman in golden clothes was shocked and angry. She stared fiercely at Qin Feng, who had rushed in from the West Glorious Gate. She almost wanted to cut Qin Feng into pieces. Countless experts of the demon clan followed behind her. They all looked serious. There was no lack of saints and even saint kings among them. Demon Empress, what should we do? It doesn't matter. This is the natal spiritual domain of the 2 realm kings. Here, our strength will be increased to the greatest extent. Moreover, we still have to take care of various natural barriers. The 18 sky palaces are the Cloud Dispatching Palace, the Sand Pagoda, the 5 Brightness Palace, the Sun Palace, the Music Palace. The 72 Treasure Palaces are the Imperial Court Palace, the Lingshu Palace, the Treasure Light Palace, the Heavenly King Palace, and the Spiritual Official Palace. As long as we guard these 18 sky palaces and 72 treasure palaces, the people from a star sect can forget about attacking the Golden Light Palace. The foundation of the Golden Light Great World was not something ordinary people could imagine. With so many experts of the Demon Clan coming from all directions, the Golden Light Demon Empress was confident. The experts of the Demon Clan nodded secretly. The Golden Light Demon City was full of restrictions. Except for the 18 heavenly palaces, no one could enter the other places. The 18 heavenly palaces each had their own mysteries. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000. With the support of the spiritual domain, they were not afraid of anyone's attack. The 18 heavenly palaces are the second line of defense. Everyone, I'll leave this line of defense to you. You only need to hold on for 3 days. In 3 days, my husband will return. The experts of the Savage Ancestral Court will also arrive in 3 days. At that time, the Xingqian school will be in big trouble. Chapter 725. But before that, this boy must not be allowed to live. Across the endless void, the Demon Empress' eyes were like sharp blades as she stared at the black-robed young man in front of the gate. Qin Feng had completely become a thorn in the Demon Empress' side after breaking through the West Glory Gate in one fell swoop. Looking at Qin Feng's figure, a strange look flashed across the eyes of a black-robed great saint in the hall. Demon Empress, leave this boy to me. Isn't this old man always indifferent and aloof? Why does he seem to be tempted this time? Something is wrong. In the hall, the eyes of the cultivators fell on the black-robed Supreme Saint, and their expressions changed. The man in front of them was of mysterious origin. He had appeared in the wilderness 1,000 years ago and called himself the Great Saint Soul Snatcher, occupying the soul-tempering mountain. Many of the sages present had suffered at the hands of this person before. The soul-tempering mountain was an ancient battlefield with countless fighting souls. There were also rare ghost veins underground. Many saints had been tempted by this place. However, all of them had died at the hands of this man. In the desolate mountains, there were several powerful races that had tried to rope him in. However, he was still a lone wolf. He had occupied the soul-tempering mountain and was king. Only when facing the wilderness ancestral temple did he take the position of an elder without any duties. This great Saint Soul Snatcher had always kept a low profile. He often stayed in the depths of the soul-tempering mountain, and no one knew what he was doing. The few times he acted were when some top spirit roots appeared in the wilderness. This man had always been a man who did not do anything without benefits. Good. With the great Saint Soul Snatcher taking action, I expect that little boy will die without a burial place. The Golden Demon Empress obviously recognized the famous master of the soul-tempering mountain. The great Saint Soul Snatcher nodded and disappeared silently from the ancient demon palace, heading toward the Huayue Palace near the West Glory Gate. Many demon saints also began to head toward the 18 heavenly palaces. Layers of demon aura filled the palaces, adding a trace of killing intent to the palaces. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious auras spewed purple mist. Qin Feng took advantage of the shattered gate to turn into a black light and disappeared into the gate. Stepping on the void, the surrounding large pillars were not completely destroyed by his power, but a few simple long bridges were cut in half. However, at a rate visible to the naked eye, both the pillar and the half-destroyed bridge were rapidly recovering under the influence of a tremendous force. At the same time, complex laws with spirituality came from all directions like a tide, wanting to repair the 18th door. Qin Feng frowned. This door must not allow the golden light great world to recover. Otherwise, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. At that time, Qin, would have no path to heaven and no door to hell. With a wave of his sleeve, countless starlight flew out from his body. 30,000 star soldiers and star generals appeared. True Monarch Hongwan, Gongsun Jinyang, True Monarch Divine Sound, and the other saints appeared beside Qin Feng. Guard the door and wait for the army to arrive. Yes, the 5 sages replied in a deep voice. Beams of starlight appeared in front of the old site of the Shihua Gate. The power of the stars was channeled, triggering billions of galaxies. Countless beams of starlight converged, preventing the golden light world from healing itself. Kill these Xingqian school disciples and take back the city gate. Take back the city gate and devour those Xingqian school disciples. There was a commotion. From the depths of the Endless Palace, countless demonic auras rushed out in an overwhelming manner. Their killing intent was bone-chilling as they ruthlessly pressed down on Qin Feng and the others. In the rolling black clouds, sand and stones were flying everywhere. The sun and moon were dim. No one knew how many demonic soldiers and generals were wrapped in it. A motley crew. In the black fog, many demonic experts were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. To be able to enter the Golden Light demonic capital, they were undoubtedly the top elites of the Golden Light demonic capital. Many of them had the bloodline of demonic gods, or their bodies had great origins and were people with outstanding potential. Even the battlefield elites of Xingqian school had to be cautious when facing them. How could they be called a motley crew? For a moment, there were endless roars in the black fog. What was shocking was that these demonic beasts seemed to be able to restrain their nature. None of them rushed out to fight Qin Feng. These demonic beasts formed one mysterious demonic formation after another. It was just like the various battle formations of Xingqian school. The power they emitted was shocking. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Demonic nature was the most undisciplined. These demonic beasts contained a bestial nature. Although they worshipped the strong and submitted to the strong, it was basically difficult for them to form a battle formation. However, these demonic beasts in front of him did indeed restrain their demonic nature and bestial nature. Just based on this point, these demonic beasts were indeed elites. But this move is useless against me. Qin Feng sneered. His hand seals changed, and the Chaos Star True Power changed into Demonic True Power. The progenitor level demonic Tao laws burst out from his body. Demonic beasts. Since ancient times, demonic beasts and demons have been inseparable. Demonic nature was closest to demonic nature. It was almost innately suitable for cultivating demonic arts. These demonic beasts with excellent temperament and outstanding talent were all good seeds for cultivating demonic arts and spreading the demonic Tao. Qin Feng wanted to be the progenitor of the demonic Tao. In order to strengthen the demonic Tao laws, the demonic Tao naturally had to be supported. Boundless demonic heart seal. Circulating the peerless demonic art of the primitive demonic heart sutra, a layer of demonic light appeared on Qin Feng's body. A black sun seemed to appear behind his head. A pitch-black lotus platform appeared under his feet. 7th grade, demonic heart black lotus. Stepping on the lotus platform, Qin Feng's body was filled with boundless black light. There was an incredible demonic power. Just looking at it made one's primordial spirit seem to be contaminated by the demonic power. Even the laws were corroded by the black light, becoming corrupted and corrupted. What is this? With just a glance, the expressions of the 5 sages changed drastically. The pitch-black brilliance blasted into the black clouds like tens of thousands of divine lights. Formation, accompanied by a few stern shouts. Majestic, demonic aura surged out from the black clouds, turning into a huge black cocoon that protected countless demonic beasts. Nearly 100,000 demonic beasts formed the formation. The dense black cocoon emitted energy waves that even a sage king expert would find difficult to blast open. It's useless. Qin Feng's eyes sneered. At this moment, his own spirit was filled with extremely pure, primitive demonic qi. This demonic light was not an ordinary divine art. It was a connate demonic divine light that was naturally derived from the demonic Tao laws. This divine art ignored all divine arts and the defense of the laws. Any expert who came into contact with this demonic light would be demonized. Their human and demonic natures would be turned into demonic natures. Unless one's temperament was excellent and could control their own nature, cut off distracting thoughts, and purify the demon, any expert who came into contact with this connate demonic divine light would be converted into a demon. Even Patriarch Xuanxin, a sage king, was converted into a demon by this demonic light. Rumble. The connate demonic divine light that filled the sky passed through the barrier formed by the countless demonic beasts like a waterfall. In an instant, it poured into the bodies of nearly 100,000 demonic beasts. Then, countless demonic aura emerged from the black cocoon. Chapter 726. Billowing demonic qi rushed out from the black clouds. The connate demon transformation divine light swept past. Even the martial arts experts and supreme experts only lasted for a moment before they were completely demonized. Boom! The countless devils that had been transformed into scattered in all directions like streams. They came quickly and returned quickly. What a strange ability! The 5 sages were secretly shocked. They had never heard of such a strange ability before. However, they soon relaxed. The pressure from so many demon experts was great. If they attacked together, they would be in danger of dying, not to mention the 30,000 astral soldiers and astral generals. What's going on? Great Sage, Soul Devourer, rushed out of the golden light demon palace and saw this scene. His brows were filled with doubt. With a casual grab, A sea of reincarnation realm demon expert that was charging over was caught by him. Roar! The demon expert roared. A layer of pitch-black brilliance emerged from his 5 fingers. His demonic chi was being transformed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying demonic chi. This power is... Great Sage Soul Devourer felt a majestic aura that was extremely similar to the demon Tao. It was different from the immemorial demon Tao's pure plunder and tyranny. The new laws before him were even more domineering and invasive than the primeval Fey Tao. This is a brand new law. Great Sage Soul Devourer's eyes lit up. A trace of greed could not be suppressed. Take it. A hairy giant hand reached out and grabbed Qin Feng. Who's there? Qin Feng was furious. The giant hand rumbled and shattered the void. Standing in the void, one could see the outline of the giant hand like mountains and rivers. Bursting seal. Supported by the power of the grotto heaven, he clenched one hand into a fist and punched the void like thunder. Boom! As if space and time were shattered, the vibrating force penetrated hundreds of miles of space and time. It heavily bombarded the giant hand, and the giant hand collapsed. The huge force bombarded Great Sage Soul Devourer. Bang! His sacred body was sent flying and crashed into a palace. Countless thunderbolts exploded. Great Sage Soul Devourer's face was ashen. In the various palaces, some of the beast saints looked at this scene strangely. You're courting death. Great Sage Soul Devourer roared furiously, and his voice carried a trace of rage and embarrassment. A power of law that was the opposite of life appeared. A palm slammed into the void, enveloping it. Qin Feng had a terrifying feeling that even his life was being snatched away. Not only Qin Feng, quite a few of the 30,000 star soldiers and star generals began to rapidly age, from the peak of youth to the middle age, and even to the point of old age. This was Great Sage Soul Devourer's signature divine ability, Life Plunder. This kind of divine ability was extremely terrifying. It could even steal the life force of grotto heavens and even the void. The 5 sages felt as if their life force was being snatched away like quicksand. Supreme Sage Many Spirits smiled coldly, and his gaze fell on Qin Feng. From the very beginning, he had been eyeing Qin Feng's life aura that was like a treasure trove of life. Otherwise, why would he make a move? However, this time, apart from Qin Feng's extremely dense vitality, he also wanted to obtain the aura of Qin Feng that was similar to the primordial laws. This move doesn't work on me. Qin Feng shook his head. Ever since he cultivated the power of the extreme Tao 4th tier, he had already cultivated himself into one. His lifespan, vitality, and even aura were mixed with the heavenly law. It was simply impossible to steal his life force. The true force circulated and sealed his whole body in an instant. The evil power of the life law, which could take the life of heaven and earth to compensate for itself, descended and fell on Qin Feng's body. It was as if it had touched an eternal stone. Great Sage Soul Devourer's face changed. He felt that no matter how he activated the life law, he could not steal Qin Feng's life force. There was a tyrannical power in Qin Feng's body that could interfere with the void. Even his great saint-level life law could not shake it. Some of the star soldiers and star generals around him could not resist the power of the great sage. Hundreds of star soldiers and star generals had their lifespans sucked dry and turned into powder. Among the 5 sages, true monarch Hong Wan had a strange red divine flame on her body and was still able to stabilize her lifespan. Gong Sun Jinyang, true monarch Fairy Sound, true monarch Iron Scene, and Zhang Han were unable to move. They could only watch as their life force was drained away. First law collapse. At this moment, Qin Feng let out a low roar. Buzz, buzz. The void instantly cracked, as if an ancient divine mountain had descended and blasted toward Great Sage Soul Devourer in the sky. The same old trick. This move is useless against me. Great Sage Many Spirits sneered. The great saint-level life law completely erupted, and an aura that could cause the heavens to wither descended. Death of life. Under Qin Feng's shocked gaze, the ancient divine mountain that blasted out came into contact with a layer of grayish-white life law light, and actually withered layer by layer like it was alive, losing all its power. You have cultivated the life law to this level. Kid, my life law is different from those low-level guys. Whether there is life or not, you can't see through my five-finger mountain. Great sage, soul devourer sneered. A huge palm passed through the void and suddenly appeared above Qin Feng's head, covering the entire Shihua Gate, the five sages, and even the star soldiers and star generals. He was forcing Qin Feng to fight. If he fled, the five sages and the 30,000 star soldiers and star generals would be completely killed by this attack. Qin Feng's expression didn't change, but he thought to himself, what life law? It's clearly a sublimation of the life law, the subregal fate law. If you don't know the truth and mistake the fate law for the life law, you might really fool me. The subregal fate law was extremely powerful. However, fate was unpredictable, and this kind of law was even more difficult to cultivate than the space-time law. What kind of opportunity did Great Sage Soul Devourer have to be able to cultivate such a terrifying law? Qin Feng couldn't resist for the time being, unless he could advance the space law to the sage-to-be level or borrow the power of the grotto heaven to deal with this great sage. A sage king was far from comparable to a great saint-level existence. There was a cold smile on his face. Boy, surrender and hand over everything you have. I know that you have a culmination paradise, but even that culmination paradise cannot withstand my life precepts. You're no match for me at all. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Great Sage Soul Devourer's tone was threatening. Of course, you can also escape, but your subordinates and friends behind you will die without a burial place. Perfected cultivator Hong Wan and the others looked at Qin Feng with ugly expressions. Great Sage Soul Devourer already saw Qin Feng as a fish on the chopping board. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Qin Feng's face was cold. He was about to summon the 1,000 Leaves Water God Black Lotus, but in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat and he stopped. A loud and cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Qin Feng, you've done well. Leave this old bastard Soul Devourer to us. Do you really think there's no one in Xingqian school who can stop you from bullying the weak? In the distance, a green brilliance that was as thick as several miles shot down from the heavens. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and time froze. In an instant, it tore through Great Sage Soul Devourer's fate law and shot into his body. Chapter 727. Ninefold Bow of Destruction. With a furious roar, Great Sage Soul Snatcher's body exploded, turning into tens of thousands of wisps of black smoke and retreating toward the Transformation Palace. The Ninefold Bow of Destruction was a star weapon ranked 195 on the Universe Divine Weapon Chart. It contained the origins of wood and fire, making it the best natal divine weapon for cultivators of the wood and fire origin stars. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw that Great Sage Soul Snatcher was severely injured by True Lord Qing Huang's sneak attack. Khanate Demon Transformation Divine Light. The dark demonic light was like a waterfall, splitting into countless Great Sage Soul Snatcher. The wisps of black smoke were completely demonized. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of Great Sage Soul Devourer's body was devilized. Boom! Countless wisps of black smoke gathered in the void, and two Great Sage Soul Snatcher appeared. Both of them wore black robes, but their aura was far weaker than the previous Great Sage Soul Snatcher. One of them was at the peak of the Saint King realm, while the other was at the early stage of the Great Saint realm. From today onward, I am Demon Lord Soul Snatcher. Tens of thousands of wisps of demonic chi surged, and the Saint King level precept of destiny surged. Countless wisps of black light flowed around him, and a long black river flowed around him, filled with misfortune, obscurity, and evilness. The demon lord laughed wildly. unable to contain his joy. Great Sage Soul Snatcher felt that his precept of destiny seemed to have been split into two. The part of the precept of destiny that belonged to the precept of misfortune was almost completely separated. Bastard! Great Sage Soul Snatcher's face was livid, and he pointed at the other Great Sage Soul Snatcher, trembling with anger. His divine ability had divided his identity into countless parts, spreading the damage. It was a brilliant move. However, when the demonic light swept across, half of his saint soul was instantly purified and split into two. Great Sage Soul Snatcher had never expected that Qin Feng's divine light would be so overbearing that even a great sage's saint soul had been purified and gained a new consciousness. His murderous gaze swept across Qin Feng like the Grim Reaper, and then fell on Demon Lord Soul Snatcher. Kill! There was a trace of anger in his eyes. For now, he had to devour the other half first. Otherwise, if his saint soul was not complete, he would never be able to reach the supremacy level. A burning anxiety rose from the depths of his heart. His supreme, saint-level power turned into a giant palm and grabbed at Demon Lord Soul Snatcher. The other half of the demonized spirit snatcher, Demon Monarch, was unable to resist the vast, great saint-level laws. What a strange brat. He actually managed to split Duo Ling's saint soul and make the other half of his saint soul completely independent. True Lord Qing Huang was the first to arrive. He walked out of the void with a single step. When he saw old ancestor spirit snatcher trying to devour the other half, he chuckled coldly. How can I let you have your way? 10,000 rays of jade green light flashed behind him, sweeping across the void. Rumble! Like thousands of divine needles, the beams of light pierced through Great Sage Soul Devourer's palm like a sieve, riddling it with thousands of holes. Demon Lord Spirit Snatcher's eyes were filled with fear. Taking advantage of the fact that the Green Emperor was holding back the Great Sage Caesar, he turned into a streak of black light in a flash and disappeared into the great world of golden light. Amidst the demons, he vanished without a trace. Green Emperor, you old bastard. Great Sage Soul Snatcher was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at True Lord Green Emperor with trembling fingers. After a moment, he glared hatefully at True Lord Green Emperor. Then, with a flash, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Demon Lord Soul Snatcher. Green Emperor Divine Light. Looking at the divine light bursting out from the back of True Lord Qing Huang, Qin Feng was astonished. This was Dasheng's signature move from the Green Emperor Sutra of the Five Emperor Sutra. The Green Emperor Divine Light was extremely magical. Not only could it counter most wood elemental seals and true weapons, it could also evolve into the Green Emperor Divine Thunder. Ordinary wood elemental true force would be countered by the Green Emperor True Force. Back then, Medicine King Hall's Ling Yongwei also cultivated this technique. However, his attainments in the Green Emperor Sutra were not even worthy of carrying the shoes of this true lord. Seeing Great Sage Soul Devourer running away, True Lord Qing Huang smiled coldly and flew down. His body emitted a ring of magnificent green light, as if trying his best to push away the suppression and repulsion from the enchantment. The energy waves were extremely majestic. Greetings, Uncle Master Qing Huang. Seeing True Lord Qing Huang land, everyone hurriedly bowed. Qin Feng also flew down and bowed slightly. No need to be so courteous. Rise, all of you have done a great service this time. True Lord Qing Huang laughed, no longer looking as dignified as when facing Great Sage Soul Devourer. The 5 sages and the remaining astral soldiers were overjoyed. This was the first merit. When they returned this time, they would definitely not be stingy with their rewards. Everyone stared at Qin Feng. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Qin Feng also smiled. Generally speaking, being favored by the sect was a good thing. What Qin Feng valued the most was the right to be the first to pick the spoils of war. True Lord Qing Huang looked at Qin Feng with a strange look in his eyes. Qin Feng's performance could be said to be stunning, especially that last attack. The power of that chaos heaven and earth canon even made him feel his state of mind. It's a pity that his cultivation is still a little weak. Coupled with a shallow foundation, he can't compete with Gong Ao, Shi Xian, Fu Tian, Ing Tianqing, Ji Qianxian, Shenenai, Fei Wuji, Yihichu, Jialan, and the other true disciples. Boom! At this moment, endless starlight descended. The main force of Xingqian school had arrived. One by one, experts passed through the West Glorious Gate. Under the gloomy gazes of the demon empress and the demon saints, a steady stream of people poured in. One by one, they flew towards the 18 palace gates. Under the cooperation of the inside and outside, the 18 gates were broken one after another. Qin Feng and the others were stationed near the West Glorious Gate. Not far away, 3 or 4 rays of light bloomed like the sun. Senior Brother Qing Huang, the Golden Light Demon Palace is hidden in the depths. Although we have temporarily broken through the outer gate of the Golden Light Demon Kingdom, it won't be easy to completely destroy the Golden Light Demon Kingdom and complete that person's mission. The Golden Light Demon Kingdom is almost integrated with the Wood Ancestors' boundary. They're a natural stronghold. We don't have the advantage. The 18 Sky Palaces are the Cloud Palace, the Sand Palace, the 5 Brightness Palace, the Sun Palace, the Changing Music Palace. The 72 Treasure Halls are the Imperial Court Hall, the Lingshu Hall, the Treasure Light Hall, the Heavenly King Hall, and the Spiritual Official Hall. As long as we defend these 18 Sky Palaces and 72 Treasure Halls, it will be difficult for us to break into the Golden Light Palace and take the core of the Sacred Tree. We don't have the advantage at all. This is the Golden Light Demon Kingdom. Not only can they be supported by the Sacred Tree, but they are also protected by the power of the Golden Light Major Realm. If we attack by force, we will have to pay a great price. Moreover, the most worrisome thing is that the experts from the surrounding 5 demon kingdoms, the Radiant Demon Kingdom, the Black Wind Demon Kingdom, the Golden Ridge Demon Kingdom, the East Flower Demon Kingdom, and even the Savage Ancestral Court are all rushing over. The only advantage is that senior brothers have worked hard to restrain those top existences. They have restrained the Golden Light Demon Lord and even the will of the Divine Tree in the Endless Void, so that they can't do anything. True Lord Qing Huang and a few ancient Star Kings looked at the Golden Light Demon Palace with flickering eyes. They were preparing to take the sacred tree in the deepest part of the Golden Light Demon Palace. There were only a handful of ancient spirit roots of this level in Xingqian school. If they could take it, it would be unimaginable to their own grotto heavens. Chapter 728. Qin Feng stood at the West Glorious Gate. Although the Green Emperor and the Star Kings were close by, he had no intention of making contact with them. A long bridge spanned across the palace. Looking down, it seemed to be the top of the clouds. Such a huge palace with countless restrictions. There are also capable people in the wilderness. A voice came from beside him. It was Gongsun Junyang and Immortaline. The 2 girls were both extremely outstanding beauties. Not only were they successful in their cultivation, they had a kind of temperament that was different from ordinary people. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already been attracted to them. However, Qin Feng's interest in seducing women had already faded. This is normal. The strength of the ancestral temple in the wilderness is not inferior to that of an ordinary super holy ground. There are many capable people in the demon lineage, and geniuses are as common as carps crossing the river. If not for the division of the ancestral temple in the wilderness, the direct descendants of the demon gods would not be able to take advantage of each other and scheme against each other. The wilderness was vast and boundless, with abundant spiritual qi. There were many spiritual roots and spiritual herbs. It was rare to see any signs of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of years. The Golden Light 3 Realms colored glazed butterfly race may be strong, but in reality, they're only a race in the outer regions. Among the 100 races of the wildlands, the 12 Great Barriers are the strongest. If the Golden Light 3 Realms colored glazed butterfly race is so tyrannical, then the demon race inside must be very strong. Qin Feng shook his head. The wilderness was too mysterious. It contained countless secrets. Even when he was almost a demon god in the future, he did not dare to enter the center of the wilderness. At this moment, a commotion came from the small circle of experts near the West Glorious Gate. Whoosh! Qin Feng and the others found that the place where countless experts were standing suddenly quieted down. It's her! She's here too. I didn't expect to alarm her. Rare. Isn't she at the front line of the wilderness? Why is she at the edge of the battle line in the young utility village? Hearing the clamor, Qin Feng raised his head and looked over. He saw an infinitely beautiful figure in blue flying out from the West Glorious Gate. Her tyrannical power spilled out, as if she was an extremely ancient immemorial star. What was strange was that as she appeared, waves of heavenly music floated in the void, as if endless beautiful heavenly flowers were falling from the void. Very strong. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. After this woman appeared, she was surrounded by 7 or 8 beautiful women in white. They were like stars surrounding the moon. Countless experts looked at the beautiful blue-clothed voice with burning eyes. Their breathing almost stopped. In fact, many sages could not help but reveal fervent expressions. It's her. True monarch Hong Wan's expression was grave. Even someone as carefree as her couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure when facing this woman. Who is she? She actually has maids at the level of a quasi-sage, and even a sage. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. She's from Jialan Peak. In Xingqian School, only 9 people can name their peak after themselves. This woman is one of them. Her name is Jialan. Outside, many people call her Jialan Goddess. Ninth Lady Gong's son explained. It's her. Qin Feng understood after hearing Ninth Lady Gongsuan's explanation. Jialan Goddess was one of the 9 strongest true disciples of Xingqian School. It was rumored that she was also the first female true disciple of the sect. As for the maids around her, they're all experts from Jialan Heavenly Palace. Jialan Heavenly Palace? Qin Feng frowned. Jialan Heavenly Palace is a force established by Jialan Goddess herself. This force includes most of the female cultivators in the sect. True monarch Iron Seenside. These 8 maids are called Wind, Thunder, Earth, Fire. These are all rogue cultivators and unorthodox experts that she subdued. Qin Feng understood. With so many disciples in Xingqian School, it was inevitable that they would form factions. They would fight for their own interests and compete with each other. Even in the imperial court, there were factions among the civil and military officials. Moreover, as a disciple of Xingqian School, the competition for interest was much greater than that of the imperial court. Ordinary people only cared about fame and fortune. Xingqian School's interests were power, techniques, and longevity. The attraction of these things was enough to give rise to all kinds of strange interest groups. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were interests, there would be disputes and factions. This was especially true in the pursuit of power. We still haven't thanked Junior Brother Qin Feng last time. If it wasn't for Junior Brother Qin Feng trying his best to save us, I'm afraid we would have died in the 100 Flowers Demon City. In the future, if Junior Brother Qin Feng has any difficulties, we brothers and sisters will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Ninth Lady Gongsuan's beautiful eyes flashed. She could see that Qin Feng was not a person who was willing to be ordinary. Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lu Tufeng was a big family with deep roots. Now that they owed him a favor, they would not be alone in the sect in the future. Especially in some places, if he could get Lu Tufeng's head to say a few words, it might save him a lot of trouble. If he could become the 10th direct disciple, the saints of Lu Tufeng might be his strongest allies in the future. While they were talking, the situation began to change. A ray of starlight flew down from the bridge like the sun. Disciples, listen up. All disciples, divide into 18 rows. Hearing this, the disciples quickly arranged themselves into 18 rows. The 18 vanguard were divided into 18 rows. Then there were many powerhouses who came from the middle. There were countless powerhouses. However, to be able to be included in the ranks, most of them were powerhouses above the level of powerhouses. Qin Feng was in the middle of the 18 rows. Feeling the surging aura around him, he could not help but be shocked. It could be said that there were experts all over the place. The first row is led by Zhang Yefeng's Supreme Guixin, the great sage of Zhang Yefeng. All disciples are auxiliary. Immediately rush to the first palace. A great sage walked out. Guixin accepts the order. The second row is led by White Robe, Supreme Sage of Stomach Earth Peak. Immediately rush to the second palace. A handsome young man in white robes swept his sleeves. White Robe accepts the order. The third row is led by 100 Battles Supreme of Kong Gold Peak. Senior Brother 100 Battles, please rush to the third palace immediately and help Xingqian School destroy Golden Light Demon Capital. Then let's go. The fourth row is led by Senior Sister Wang Yue of Bue Peak. Senior Sister Wang Yue, the fourth palace is yours. A beautiful woman with a full figure wearing a cloud crown walked out. The fifth palace. The 17th row is led by Thousand Spirits Supreme of Demu Peak. Rush to the 17th palace. The 18th row is led by Jia Lan Supreme. All disciples will temporarily be under Jia Lan Supreme's command and attack the 18th palace, Hualu Palace. That person said, "Everyone, attacking the 18 palaces is urgent. Everyone set off immediately and must conquer the palaces within a day." Yes, we obey the orders of the sacred palace. The starlight in the sky surged toward the 18 long bridges and rushed toward the palaces. Among the crowd, Qin Feng was wrapped in the 18th row. This time, he was not the main attacker. Instead, he was only assisting the new goddess Jialan. Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable being stripped of his position as the main commander for no reason. However, Qin Feng did not show it. Beside him, Gongsun Jinyang, true monarch Hong Wan, and the others followed the 18th palace, Hualu Palace. Chapter 729. Oh, it seems that some people are not important enough in the eyes of Xingqian School. In the depths of the grotto heaven, the demoness saw through Qin Feng's discomfort and began to fan the flames. This demoness was bored and wanted nothing more than to cause chaos. Don't make a fuss. Angel Jialan is the 9th true disciple of Xingqian School. If the higher-ups of Xingqian School don't appoint her as the commander, are they going to appoint me, a disciple who just entered Xingqian School for 1 or 2 years? Qin Feng's state of mind was like an ancient well without any ripples. Then why do I feel that you're uncomfortable? Oh, right, a moment ago, you were working for Xingqian School and were high and mighty. Now you're drowned in the crowd and forced to be below others. The demoness was simply touching a sore spot. She was deliberately rubbing salt on Qin Feng's wound. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he simply ignored the demoness. This time, the team to attack the 18 palaces could be said to be luxurious. In addition to Angel Jialan, a supreme sage, there are also 2 ancient supreme sage old monsters who emitted a powerful aura. In addition, there were many sage kings in the team. Perfected Lord Han Bing, Perfected Lord Dragon Seal, Golden Rock Patriarch, Wind Moon Patriarch for ancient sage kings. These 4 sage kings were ancient existences from thousands of years ago and have been cultivating in the depths of the sect. There were also Perfected Lord Hong Wan, 9th Lady Gong Sun, Perfected Lord Fairy Sound, Perfected Lord Time Mu, and more than 10 other sages. As for the 3rd stage Quasi-Sage and 2nd stage Supreme Sage, there were even more. In total, there were no less than 40 to 50 people. Qin Feng, a Supreme Sage, was walking among them and was really inconspicuous. However, with Perfected Lord Hong Wan and 9th Lady Gong Sun, who was known as Perfected Lord Qin Lian, they were quite eye-catching. In addition, there were more than 50,000 astral soldiers, which attracted attention. The group of people was extremely fast and appeared under the gate of the Huaihua Palace. The tall palace gate emitted an ancient aura. Vaguely, A layer of light thorns lingered around. Charge in. Charge into the Huayue Palace. Kill. Killing intent soared into the sky. Boom. The few impatient mighty beings rushed into the palace too hastily. As soon as they rushed into the palace, they instantly let out shrill screams. A layer of scorching white flame coiled around their bodies, and even the natural laws were burned into ashes. What is this? It hurts. My body and my spirit are all burned away. Senior Sister Jialan, save us. The group of restless experts instantly stopped in their tracks. Be careful. This is the power of the 18th Palace's guardian true treasure. True Monarch Frost and Ancestor Wind Moon, the two ancient Saint Kings, reminded him coldly. Jialan Nu's expression changed. Next to him was a grim-faced great sage. Eyes cold, he waved his sleeve, causing a tornado of wind-type magical laws to sweep up the group of people and drag them out of the area. The group of experts heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had been caught. In the crowd, Qin Feng shook his head. It was hopeless. These people's souls, laws, and true power were all completely incinerated by this tyrannical and sacred flame. As his sleeve fell, the few figures instantly turned into ashes and scattered into the clouds. What is this? How terrifying! Many experts felt as if they had been hit in the head. For a moment, their faces turned ugly, and their hearts turned cold. To be able to easily burn Stage 1 and Stage 2 supreme mighty beings to death, the restriction of the palace gate was extraordinarily terrifying. Everyone looked at Jialan Nu. The wind-type great sage who had scooped up the few mighty beings muttered to himself as he stared at the palace gate. I heard that this transformation palace seems to have a divine fire of heaven and earth called the Holy Light Heart Flame. Could this be the power of the Holy Light Heart Flame? Holy Light Heart Flame? Isn't that the holy light divine fire of heaven and earth? I heard that the Holy Light Heart Flame is the purest flame in the world. It's also the most tyrannical flame that can purify all things. There's actually such a terrifying thing inside. There was some commotion. Holy Light Heart Flame? Qin Feng's expression changed. This was the second divine fire of heaven and earth he had heard of. He had a divine fire of heaven and earth in his body, the Hope Divine Fire. Coincidentally, the Hope Divine Fire was also a holy light divine fire of heaven and earth. Qin Feng's eyes shone with a bright light. Then what should we do? This transformation palace obviously has an extremely powerful formation. That's right. This formation should be a Grandmaster level formation constructed with the radiant Sacred Heart Flame as the formation core. A Grandmaster level formation, TSK. No wonder it's so terrifying. It could instantly burn a Stage 2 Supreme Mighty to death. The saints' faces turned ugly. The existence of a formation was too heaven-defying. As the saying went, "Give me a lever, and I can move the myriad worlds." The array formation was this lever. Many saints were not afraid of killing, but they were helpless when faced with a formation. The three great saints, Jialan Nu, Feng Ho, and Pan Wang frowned. Even a great saint would not be able to break through a Grandmaster level formation in a short time. Not to mention, there was a divine fire of heaven and earth like the Holy Light Heart Flame in the Transformation Palace. If they were not careful, even the three of them would not be able to bear the consequences. What should we do? If we can't break this formation, I'm afraid all of us can only look at this palace and sigh. Feng Ho looked at Jialan Nu and transmitted his voice. Junior Sister Jialan, I remember that you have dabbled in formations before. Do you have a way to break it? Junior Brother Feng Ho, you know that although I have dabbled in formations, I'm only a 4th level Mystic Master. How can a mere 4th level Mystic Master break a Grandmaster level light elemental formation? Jialan frowned and said again, But you don't have to worry, Senior Brothers. When I came here, I asked Grandmaster Bai He for a restriction-breaking talisman. I believe that as long as I put in some effort, it won't be difficult to break the formation in this palace. Grandmaster by he. This is a 7th level formation Grandmaster. He has never had a fixed residence. It is truly fate that Junior's sister was able to meet this Grandmaster. Moreover, she was able to ask for a precious restriction-breaking talisman. This is truly a great opportunity. Feng Ho and Pan Wang could not help but be shocked by Jialan's luck. 7th level formation Grandmasters were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the Spirit Sea realm. Even a Mystic Association headquarters did not have more than 3 of them. Every formation Grandmaster was revered beyond imagination. There was a saying that a formation Grandmaster in a sect was equivalent to having a battle formation fortress. If a sect could invite a 5th level formation Grandmaster, its strength would be several times stronger. If they could invite a formation Grandmaster, some second-rate sects might be able to directly advance to a first-rate sect. A formation Grandmaster was too important to a sect. Whether it was a large-scale formation guarding a sect, a chain formation used in battle, or a feng shui formation used to suppress earth veins, the existence of a formation Grandmaster was almost indispensable. The defense line of Xingqian School was huge. If there were no formation Grandmasters to set up formations and restrictions, who knew how many experts would have to die to fill the ravines? Celestial Maiden Jialan wasn't as optimistic when she heard the 2 great sages. She only had a 6th grade restriction-breaking talisman in her hand. Whether it could break a 7th grade formation or not was still unknown. Chapter 730. Mystic Origin Restriction Breaker. Restriction Suppression. Goddess Jia Lan stepped forward. Lu Yun waved her wide sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. An ancient talisman, glowing with a green light, flew into the palace gate, emitting a strong green light. A layer of bright flowing light was pushed aside inch by the strong green light, and a fine crack appeared. Restriction Breaker Talisman. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with surprise. Restriction Breaker Talismans and Restriction Breaker beads were similar. However, Restriction Breaker beads were obviously of better quality. The limited number of Restriction Breaker beads that had been passed down were said to have been refined by immemorial god-level array masters. Restriction Breaker Talismans were made by Grandmasters. There were high and low grades. The Restriction Breaker Talisman in Goddess Jialan's hand was a 6th grade Restriction Breaker Talisman. That Restriction Breaker Talisman emitted a green light, and there was an ancient array pattern flowing at its core. At a glance, one could tell that this talisman was made by a Grandmaster who used a wood-type array as his natal array. If it's a 7th grade wood-type array, I might be able to give it a try with this Restriction Breaker Talisman. What a pity. Qin Feng shook his head. Rumble. The green light was strong, and in the blink of an eye, a child-sized crack appeared. It's open. There's hope. Senior Sister Jia Lan really has a way. She can even break a level 7 guru grade array formation so easily. Among the crowd, some experts were shocked. Even perfected Lord Hongwan, Gongsun Junyang, perfected Lord Xianin, and the others beside Qin Feng nodded. Being able to break a 7th grade array without relying on her own strength was enough to raise eyebrows. Many demonic saints gathered in Huaiyue Palace. Should we make a move? A sage king of the Golden Light Butterfly race looked at the 3 demonic saints in front of him. Once the restriction was broken, the demonic saints would no longer have the upper hand. Not only the sage king, but the other sages, sage kings, and even a few great sages felt a sense of pressure. Goddess Jialan's reputation was built on the lives of countless experts. The leader of the group, the brilliant great sage, smiled faintly. Everyone, don't worry. The formation around my conversion palace is not an ordinary formation. It is the 3 realms' great radiant sun formation that was added by the formation Grandmaster Sage Xianling thousands of years ago. Furthermore, it is suppressed by the radiant sacred butterfly clan's inherited treasure, the radiant sacred heart flame. It is simply daydreaming if a mere 6th grade restriction breaking talisman can break this formation. Everyone, don't worry. These people definitely don't have the ability to break this formation. The brilliant great sage was incomparably confident. This formation had been maintained by the radiant great sun, Saint Monarch Butterfly Clan, for thousands of years. As a foundation, it definitely lived up to its name. He had also heard of Jialan Nu. This girl was a peerless genius of Xingqian school. She had once obtained the true inheritance of the immemorial Xianmi Palace and possessed countless secret arts and pills. She cultivated the 8 divine melodies and comprehended the law of sound, one of the top 10 iron laws. She was known as the #1 female disciple of Xingqian school. Even some of the top 10 divine sex disciples in the spirit sea realm could not compare to her. However, in front of a grandmaster-level formation, even a terrifying great sage like Jialan Nu could not do anything. There was no other choice but to force their way in. Qi. As the green restriction-breaking talisman triggered the formation's power, the pure white radiant sacred heart flame in the center of Conversion Palace erupted with power. Following the formation, it blasted into the palace gate and onto the ancient green talisman that was breaking open the gate inch by inch. Rumble. The white sacred flame bombarded the ancient talisman like a tsunami. In an instant, the ancient talisman's green light trembled violently. Jialan Nu's expression changed. Suddenly, the ancient talisman was engulfed by the radiant sacred heart flame and turned to ashes. Boom! In an instant, the cracks on the palace gate were completely repaired. The surging radiant sacred heart flame was like a violent flood, causing everyone's expression to change. The 2 great sages, perfected Lord Windhowl and old ancestor Pan Wang, were also somewhat helpless. Is the only way to force our way in? The 3 great sages were a little tricky. If they forced their way in, not to mention the sages and sacred kings, even the 3 great sages might die. After pondering for a moment, Jialan Nu spoke. Let me try again. The 2 great sages nodded. Retreat 1,000 feet. Jialan Nu's solemn voice rang out. Many figures retreated 1,000 feet and hid under the many buildings in the palace. These buildings were covered with restrictions that were enough to block the huge resentment fluctuation. Roar! Roar! They seemed to hear the vast dragon roars of countless primordial celestial dragons. Endless starlight suddenly appeared. A zither appeared in Jialan Nu's hand. It was an ancient zither. Under the illumination of the starlight, endless brilliance surrounded it. There were 24 starlight dragon cheese boiling and circulating around each other. Ding-dong! Jialan Nu's white hands strummed the zither, and it sounded like the dragon roars of the 9 heavens. The entire void calmed down and froze. Even their souls felt a huge tremor, as if the sky was falling and the earth was shattering. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the sages. This is the 14th astral weapon recorded in the Sex astral weapon chart, the Myriad Dragon Astral Zither. Jialan actually succeeded in refining this zither. This is simply perfected. Lord Hong Wan's small red mouth was slightly agape, and her phoenix eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only perfected Lord Hong Wan, but many sages and sacred kings were also in disbelief. One had to know that the Myriad Dragon Astral Zither was not an ordinary treasure. It was ranked 14th in the Xingqian school's Heavenly Cycle Astral Weapon Mystic record and was the best astral weapon. It was second only to the 9 best astral weapons. Rumor had it that the Myriad Dragon Astral Zither contained the laws of sound and stars. It was a supreme treasure with 9 sound type and stars type immortal divine seals. Jialan Nu held the zither horizontally and gently strummed it. Buzz! Silently, it was as if a huge force had descended from the endless void above the palace gate. In an instant, the seal above the palace gate was like a candle in the wind, and its light was suppressed until it was weak. Seeing this, Jialan Nu's eyes flashed. Her hand moved, and in an instant, the law of sound swept out like an unparalleled sharp blade. Boom! Crack! It was like 10,000 claps of thunder. The law of sound forcibly shattered the seal above the palace gate and blasted into the Huayue Palace, accompanied by countless screams. In the Huayue Palace, the brilliant sage, the soul-devourer sage, and the crimson sage were horrified. A part of the formation was torn apart, and countless demon clan experts died under this attack. So powerful! The three demon clan great sages were horrified. In an instant, thousands of demon clan experts were completely shattered into nothingness by the law of sound. She can actually break into the Grandmaster formation. Some of the demon clan sages were terrified. Jialan Nu's strength was beyond imagination. Even the Huayue Palace, which was suppressed by a Grandmaster formation, was almost completely torn apart by her attack. Brilliant! Didn't you say that they can't break into your formation? The Soul Devourer Sage and the Crimson Sage looked at the ashen-faced Brilliant Sage. The Brilliant Sage gritted his teeth and stared at Jialan Nu. Don't worry, she can only do so outside. With the sacred radiant heart flame suppressing the formation core, this level of strength is not enough to completely break the formation. Chapter 731. Even so, the brilliant great sage was still taken aback. The strength that Jialan displayed was simply incredible. The Grandmaster level 3 realms great radiant sun formation and the holy light heart flame of the heavenly fire of heaven and earth could not be easily shaken, let alone some great sages. So strong. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jialan. In terms of strength, even the average great sage would not be a match for her, especially the star treasure in her arms. It was simply unimaginable for Jialan to enhance her strength. Qin Feng estimated that even if he had the support of a medium-sized grotto heaven, he would not be able to hurt her. The 1,000-dragon astral zither. She has successfully nurtured this star treasure. Sage Hongwan sighed. Hearing this, Qin Feng pursed his lips. Unfortunately, this star treasure should be able to be embedded with 4 spirit masters: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the 4 primordial spiritual pearls are gathered, we might be able to break through the transformation palace in one fell swoop. That's too difficult. The primordial spiritual pearls are innate true weapons born from the 4 primordial spiritual pearls. Sage Hongwan sneered. What a joke. The primordial spiritual pearls were the closest to the 4 primordial spiritual pearls. In the primordial era, the primordial spiritual pearls had been born. Countless primordial experts had fought bloody battles for them. The primordial spiritual pearls were related to the location of the 4 primordial spiritual pearls. Integrating the primordial spiritual pearls into the 1,000-dragon astral zither was equivalent to integrating the 4 primordial spiritual pearls. It was no longer a true weapon, but a divine weapon. Moreover, since the primordial era, the primordial spiritual pearls had disappeared without a trace. Qin Feng smiled. Ordinary people naturally did not know where the primordial spiritual pearls were. But he knew it clearly. The primordial spiritual pearls would be born soon. After obtaining the Heaven Realm's origin, Qin Feng's next step was to find the primordial spiritual pearls. He wanted to use the primordial spiritual pearls to forge his own natal star treasure. If he could forge a natal star treasure that belonged to him, he might have the real power to compete with the 9 great successor disciples. Qin Feng and the others looked at Sanus Jialan. Since they couldn't break the array in front of them, everyone could only watch from the outside and sigh. Junior sister, why don't we use the great celestial demon subduing star formation? Let the senior and junior brothers use the formation support and inject the stars into their bodies. Who knows, we might have a chance to forcefully break through this Conversion Palace's formation. Perfected Lord Windhowl looked at Conversion Palace with a strange glint in his eyes. The Huayue Palace was shaken by this strike. If everyone worked together, it would not be a delusion to break through Huayue Palace. Jialan Nu was moved, but after careful consideration, she shook her head. Impossible. Why? Junior sister, didn't your attack shake the entire transformation palace? True Monarch Windhowl and old ancestor Pan Wang were puzzled. No, you're wrong. Although the 1,000 Dragonstar Zither has temporarily torn open the inhibition of the Huayue Palace, the Grandmaster level formation is far beyond our imagination. If we can't destroy the formation I with one strike, at this point, the three great saints sighed. This was the scariest part of the formation. If they couldn't destroy the formation I, even if the formation was temporarily torn open, it would quickly recover. The three sages were speechless. We can only use water to grind down these inhibition layers by layers. This was a stupid method. It was also the only way to break the formation. Junior sister, but if we do that, we won't be able to break through Conversion Palace even if it takes 10 days or even half a month. Old Ancestor Pan, Wong was gloomy. No one would have thought that there would be a Grandmaster level formation in Conversion Palace. Although the 18 celestial palaces were natural barriers, the other celestial palaces would at most have a level 5 or level 6 formation. After pondering for a moment, old Ancestor Pan Wong looked at the group and said, "Junior brothers and junior sisters, is there anyone who has the confidence to break the formation in front of us?" As soon as he said that, the entire group fell silent. The sages looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Old Ancestor Pan Wong was disappointed. True Lord Windhowl also smiled bitterly. Senior Brother Pan Wong, you're grasping at straws. Even Junior Sister Jialan can't do anything. What do you think these junior brothers can do? Old Ancestor Pan Wong sighed. Indeed, a Grandmaster level formation was not something ordinary people could break. Let me give it a try. At this moment, a faint voice came from the crowd. The three great sages looked over and saw a young man in black with long hair like a waterfall walk out. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of the three great sages in the blink of an eye. His long hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were dark but spirited. It's him, True Lord Hongwan, Ninth Lady Gongsun, True Lord Fairy Sound, True Lord Tai Mu, and Zhang Han opened their mouths slightly. Countless eyes looked at Qin Feng. Many experts recognized Qin Feng. Who are you? The three great sages looked over, and Qin Feng felt a great pressure. I'm Qin Feng, the chief of the Peach Blossom Stronghold, and the first person to break into the Golden Light Great World. His expression changed slightly, and an aura spread out, scattering the aura of the three great sages. True Lord Windhowl's expression changed slightly. With the strength of a rank 2 Supreme Mighty, he could ignore the aura of a rank 6 Great Sage. This strength alone was shocking. However, True Lord Windhowl and Old Ancestor Pan Wong were doubtful of Qin Feng's words. True Lord Windhowl asked with a sliver of hope, "Do you have a treasure that can break a Grandmaster level formation?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head. The restriction-breaking bead was too precious, and Qin Feng naturally would not take it out on such an occasion. True Lord Windhowl sighed inwardly, and after a moment, he thought of something and said, "Then, junior brother, do you cultivate an annihilation-type divine ability? Some annihilation-type, and termination-type divine abilities had extremely strong restraints on formations." Qin Feng still shook his head. The two great sages were greatly disappointed. Many experts below the stage secretly shook their heads. Wasn't this just trying to curry favor? Many sages secretly sneered. The faces of True Lord Windhowl and True Lord Pan Wong turned cold. "Junior brother, you should know where this is. This is not a place for jokes." Jialan, who had been paying attention to Qin Feng, pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. "Junior brother, are you a mystic master?" "Mystic master?" As soon as she said that, everyone's expression changed slightly, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. The two great sages also raised their eyebrows. "Senior Sister Jialan, you have sharp eyes. I'm a rank 1 mystic master." Qin Feng grinned. "Rank 1 mystic master?" Everyone's expression became extremely strange. Rank 1 mystic master? Wasn't this a joke? This Huayue Palace had a Grandmaster level formation above rank 7. What use did a rank 1 mystic master have? Jialan was also stunned when she heard that, and the corner of her mouth twitched for a moment. Black Tortoise's condition isn't good. Last time, he had a cold and was almost recovered. However, after working overtime, he didn't rest well and has been feeling dizzy. Recently, he barely managed to update 4 times. Every time after 12 a.m., he didn't have much rest. Now he's like a pile of paste. Tomorrow, I'll maintain 4 times. As for what I owe, I'll find a chance to make up for it. Chapter 732. Although the 3 great sages and the other sages did not speak ill of him, the disbelief in their eyes could not be concealed. Qin Feng snorted and walked to the front of the palace gate in a few steps. The palace gate was spacious, and a layer of terrifying white divine fire lingered around it. It was daunting. Clouds rose. Qin Feng formed a seal with his hands, and his tyrannical divine sense illuminated the palace gate's restriction. Although the formation in front of him was powerful, it was like a ball of thread to Qin Feng. As long as the end of the thread was touched, it would be easy to break it. He formed a seal with his hands, and countless true force flowed. The silver light turned into thousands of runes, as if a Milky Way surrounded him. Primordial runes? A hint of surprise flashed across Jialan's eyes. Even she, a 4th-level mystic master, did not have the ability to turn so many restrictions into the power of runes. As he formed the seal, countless runes swarmed into the palace gate like a hive of silver bees. Countless runes merged into the palace gate, but they withered in the blazing white flames as if they had turned into ashes. What a waste of effort! Many sages sneered when they saw this scene. In the Huaiyue Palace, many nervous Demon Clan experts also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Previously, when they saw how serious Qin Feng was and how he could directly form the primordial runes, the group of demon race experts were all shocked. So it's just for show? I thought a real mystic master had come. Great Sage Soul Devourer was not as optimistic as the other Demon Clan experts. He had experienced Qin Feng's power. He was a little worried and said to the 2 Demon Clan great sages beside him, "Brilliant, Crimson, I think we still have to stop this person. This person is extraordinary." Brilliant Great Sage glanced at Great Sage Soul Devourer in surprise. "Brother Soul Devourer, why do you say that? This person is just a small pawn in the 2nd stage Supreme Realm. How can he shake our Huaiyue Palace?" Brilliant Great Sage secretly shook his head. This Great Sage Soul Devourer did not live up to his name. He was too timid. "Brother Soul Snatcher, don't worry. This Huaiyue Palace is not the West Glorious Sect." The Crimson Great Sage also laughed. Seeing the expressions of the Brilliant Grand Sage and the Crimson Grand Sage, the corners of the Great Sage Soul Snatcher's mouth twitched. He had wanted to mention the fact that he had suffered at the hands of Qin Feng, but on second thought, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Buzz. However, at this moment, Qin Feng made a handprint. Buzz. The palace gate trembled. Inside the palace gate that was wreathed in blazing white flames, several silver lights blossomed with a sharp brilliance. In an instant, countless silver lights connected together, as if weaving a piece of brocade. Using the talisman to form a magnificent chapter, the rivers and mountains are as beautiful as silk. Celestial Maiden Jialan couldn't help but fall into a daze. Countless silver runes flashed like lightning, and the flames formed by the restrictions on the palace gate seemed to split open, revealing a large hole. Like a domino that had been pushed, a chain reaction occurred. Countless prohibitions lost their light inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the prohibitions on the gate of Huaiyue Palace had completely lost their function. It's open. Whether it was the sages of Xingqian School outside the palace gate or the demon sages inside the palace gate, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was really undone, although it was only a part of the outer array. You, Lord Windhowl, and the great ancestor of Pan Wang looked at Qin Feng in a daze. This was simply too unbelievable. This is impossible. Didn't he say that he was only a first-grade mystic master? Many sages were dumbfounded. The 2 great sages on the side also stared straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of the two great sages. "What do you want?" Qin Feng frowned. Lord Windhowl coughed dryly and suppressed his shock. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, didn't you say that you were only a first-grade mystic master?" Qin Feng glanced at his senior brother and shook his head. "That was a year ago. Now," after thinking for a while, Qin Feng arrived. "I should be a seventh-grade mystic master now." Qin Feng's eyes were a little uncertain. Perhaps at this time, with the help of a medium-sized grotto heaven, he should be able to set up an eighth-grade array. Little did he know that Qin Feng's casual words almost caused the sages to bite their tongues. "A first-grade mystic master a year ago? Who asked you a year ago?" But in the blink of an eye, the sages were shocked by the latter sentence. "A seventh-grade mystic master." He said he was a seventh-grade mystic master. Many powerhouses opened their mouths wide. What did a seventh-grade mystic master mean? In the entire Spirit Sea realm, there were only a handful of them. Even a Mystic Master main hall, known as the Cradle of Mystic Masters, did not have more than 3. However, any one of these 3 was famous in the Spirit Sea realm and was aloof from worldly affairs. Many sages instinctively did not want to believe it. But when they thought of Qin Feng's method of unraveling the Huaiyue Palace, they had no choice but to believe it. For a moment, many gazes fell on Qin Feng, almost melting Qin Feng. Countless powerhouses' hearts thumped, and their hearts almost jumped out. A seventh-grade mystic master. Even a first-rate sacred ground might not be able to invite such an existence. If the Grand Elders of Xingqian School knew of Qin Feng's identity, it was certain that he would become the 10th core disciple of Xingqian School. Even becoming a Grand Elder in one step wasn't something to be afraid of. A Grandmaster-level Mystic Master was too important to the current Xingqian School. Just by looking at the Huaiyue Palace in front of them, it was clear that there was a Grandmaster-level Mystic Master setting up the formation. The clan had been safe for thousands of years. Even if a powerhouse like Celestial Maiden Jialan came, she could only sigh. The two great sages, True Lord Windhowl and Old Ancestor Pan Wang, sucked in a breath of cold air. A 7th-grade Mystic Master. If they knew that the person in front of them was a 7th-grade Mystic Master, Xingqian School would not be willing to send him to the wilderness. If the ancestral court of the wilderness knew that Xingqian School had a 7th-grade Mystic Master, they might even ask a supremacy to kill him. At this moment, the two great sages were completely nervous. Celestial Maiden Jialan frowned, and her face turned ugly. If anything happened to Qin Feng, a 7th-grade Mystic Master, she would be implicated. Jialan quietly crushed an ancient talisman. Qin Feng was not slow. Countless primordial talismans flew out, and the Huaiyue Palace was like an open door. Countless restrictions were broken inch by him. The speed of breaking them was simply shocking. The violent and frightening power of the formation was like a gentle tiger in his hands. He can actually break a 7th-grade formation. Inside the Huaiyue Palace, many bee sages were stunned. "Kill him, we have to kill him. He's at least a rank 7 Mystic Master. All bee saints, kill that young man regardless of life and death. If we can kill him, our savage ancestral court will pay double for any losses." The Crimson Great Sage's eyes were already red, and his demonic red pupils were filled with crimson flames. A deep voice resounded in the Huaiyue Palace, and a majestic killing intent rushed out of the palace. A 7th-grade Mystic Master. Such an existence could not be allowed to live. This was a great threat to the wilderness. Die. He must die. This time, even if they lost the Huaiyue Palace, as long as they could kill this 7th-grade Mystic Master, they would have profited. At this moment, everyone in the Huaiyue Palace, including the brilliant Great Sage and the Crimson Great Sage, revealed unprecedented killing intent. Chapter 733. Qin Feng's speed of breaking the array formation was so fast that it was dazzling. It was like a sharp knife had stabbed into the Huaiyue Palace's body. With that wound as the foundation, The entire body festered in the blink of an eye. Many sages were enraptured. "How dare you?" At this moment, Holy Maiden Jialan shouted. In the endless void, a giant crimson palm grabbed at Qin Feng from afar. A huge force circulated. Not to mention the sages present. Even some of the sage rulers' expressions changed drastically. They felt as if they were looking at ants as they looked at that giant palm. Holy Maiden Jia Lan instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. With a ding-dong, time and space froze, the void collapsed, and a terrifying sound wave hit the crimson palm. Crack! Accompanied by an angry roar, the palm suddenly broke. "Crimson Great Sage, I know it's you. You don't have to hide anymore. Old thing, how dare you attack my junior brother? You'll die today." Holy Maiden Jialan's phoenix eyes were cold. As she became angry, there seemed to be the sound of countless demon gods charging over. The boundless void was instantly torn into a sieve by the sound law. The Crimson Great Sage, who was deep in the void, gasped. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He seemed to see countless sound law that could shatter a divine body, turn into countless divine needles, and surround him. What a powerful sound law. It's worthy of being one of the top 10 iron laws. Although Qin Feng was fully focused on breaking the seal, he was not unaware of the outside world. Holy Maiden Jialan's sound law was simply too powerful. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The Crimson Great Sage roared. Countless colorful ribbons of law appeared in his hand. They were like true dragons of various colors, wrapping around his body. However, under this layer of sound law, he was like a sieve that was pierced thousands of times in the blink of an eye. The terrifying sound law blasted into his chest like a divine weapon. In an instant, countless crimson blood spurted out. It was too horrible to look at. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the Huaiwa Palace, Great Sage, Soul Devourer, and Brilliant Great Sage were shocked when they saw this scene. The Crimson Great Sage cultivated the 7 emotions law. The Scarlet Flames of Law were the most terrifying. Although they were slightly inferior to the two of them, because of their breakthrough, they were not afraid. However, he was beaten to the point where he had to call for reinforcements in a single move. That was simply too terrifying. "Hui Wang, I'll help Scarlet delay," Jialan knew. "You find an opportunity to kill that 7th stage Mystic Master in one fell swoop." After that, Great Sage, Soul Devourer, transformed into a green thunderbolt and shot into the void. With a flick of his sleeve, countless laws of life gathered together, and a strange blade appeared in his hand. With a slash of the saber, a fierce saber light swept out for dozens of li, shattering countless sound waves. In an instant, it arrived above Jialan's head. At the side, Pan Wang's expression changed violently when he saw the long saber that was like a pool of autumn water, and he couldn't help but warn loudly. "Junior sister, be careful. That's an ancient true treasure, the weapon of the ancient life god that was conferred the title of Son of Heaven. The Saber of Rest?" Qin Feng's expression also changed. When the saber fell, he felt as if his life was being taken away. Even if he had the 8 desolation indestructible body, it would be difficult for him to recover his true body. "Don't worry," Jialan Nu sneered. Her figure was like a goddess, unparalleled. She placed the zither on her lap and plucked the strings with her slender and fair hands. God's slaying melody, slaughter in all directions. She plucked the 1,000 dragon star zither with her bare hands. The vast music was like a river of stars, and the surging laws of sound were like ancient divine winds blowing. Rumble. Under the horrified gazes of many Xingqian schools experts, several hundred li of the void was completely extinguished by the violent laws of sound. Like a piece of white paper, it turned completely black. The laws of life, the laws of 7 emotions, they were all turned into nothingness by the music. The Scarlet Great Sage and Great Sage Soul Devourer, who had no need to dodge, were terrified. Their bodies crumbled inch by inch, and even their saint souls were completely turned into dust. How could it be so powerful? Brilliant Great Sage, who was about to attack, turned as pale as a wall. 2 famous great sages had been killed with a single blow. Even the famous Golden Light, great sage of the Golden Light Nation, was not this terrifying. The two great sages, True Lord Windroar and Pan Wongs, looked at each other, not surprised at all. There was no Grandmaster-level array. Transformation Palace was nothing in the eyes of an existence like celestial maiden Jialan. She was not an ordinary great sage. She could even defeat an 8th-level World King sage. In the eyes of an existence like celestial maiden Jialan, ordinary great sages were nothing but ants. The two great sages had followed celestial maiden Jialan for many years, and they knew her strength better than anyone else. All sages, seal off Transformation Palace. Don't let even an ant go. Kill everyone. Don't let anyone know about the existence of a 7th grade mystic master. She grabbed the saber of life that was emitting a cold, dark green light. Celestial Maiden Jialan's eyes were even sharper than the cold light on the blade. Yes, all the sages knew that the existence of a 7th grade mystic master could not be exposed. Otherwise, whether it was Qin Feng or Xingqian School, they would be in danger. Boom! At this moment, as Qin Feng broke the array, a huge hole was torn open in Transformation Palace. Countless monster race powerhouses were directly exposed to the Xingqian School sages. Form the Celestial Star Demon, subduing array, and kill our way in. Destroy Transformation Palace. Endless starlight was like a torrent. The Xingqian School's sages joined forces, and a half-mile thick silver light was aimed at the depths of Transformation Palace. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. It was as if a dragon had swallowed 1 billion tons of bombs. In an instant, countless powerhouses, including the brilliant Great Sage, were killed. Even a Great Sage would have no chance of survival in the face of 2 Great Sages, 5 Saint Kings, a dozen sages, and countless star soldiers and star generals. Looking at the Transformation Palace that was completely surrounded by the array. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly understood the power of a sect. Check the various dimensions and even the illusory planes. Make sure that no one is left alive. Following perfected Lord Windhowl's words, countless Xingqian schools, powerhouses raised their hands. Streaks of starlight soared into the sky and turned into a huge net in the void. Inch by inch, it penetrated the depths of the void within a radius of dozens of miles around Transformation Palace. Qin Feng stood to the side, and Goddess Jialan was right next to him. Qin Feng felt that Goddess Jialan's gaze fell on him from time to time, with a trace of unconcealable surprise. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "It seems that the identity of a 7th grade mystic master is not just useful. Buzz, buzz." At this moment, the void changed. In the endless starlight's net-like search, a speck of dust appeared in the depths of the endless void. The next moment, it turned into a pure, white 9-story pagoda. Endless light burst out, and the endless void seemed to be completely transformed into a kingdom of light. Thank you to Piao Hong, the righteous sword immortal, for the tip. There are 2 more updates later. Chapter 734. However, the 9-floored pagoda was like a prey caught in a net of starlight. It could not move at all. "Let me go. I'm willing to submit." Vaguely, there was a distorted and terrified face that was roaring crazily. The Radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly Clan's inheritance treasure, the great radiant glorious Sun Pagoda. Old Ancestor Pan Wong sneered. "You know something you shouldn't know? Brilliant Great Saint, you could die obediently." Celestial Star, Annihilation, Divine Light. They roared in unison as if thousands of people were roaring. A layer of terrifying starlight engulfed the great radiant glorious Sun Pagoda. The terrifying divine light swept across the great radiant glorious Sun Pagoda in an instant, and a loud scream was heard. "I'll fight it out with you." The great radiant glorious Sun Pagoda exploded with brilliant light, accompanied by melodious chants. One could vaguely see the sacred scene of countless radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly Clan experts kneeling and praying in the pagoda. These radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly Clan experts were extremely fanatical. In an instant, a layer of extremely bright white flames burned on their bodies. Sacrificial fire. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he shouted in the next moment, "Stop them! They have to sacrifice the ancient god of light. Sacrificial evil art." Old Ancestor Pan Wang was stunned. In the next moment, a terrifying chill was born in his eyes. Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Blade. With a furious roar, countless starlight intertwined as a divine blade was born in the void. With a slash, the souls of countless radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly Clan experts in the pagoda were silently shattered. It was an extremely terrifying scene. More than thousands of experts had their souls destroyed in a single slash. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. The Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Formation's power was unbelievable. Qin Feng knew that other than the Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Blade, there were 3 other transformations. Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Halberd, Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Blade, Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Flag. The Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Blade was an exceptional ability developed by the Celestial Star Annihilation Divine Formation to target souls. As long as one soul wasn't strong enough, one slash would be able to kill a saint's soul no matter where one hid. The Celestial Star Halberd was the strongest single-target destruction technique. It was also a technique that could destroy worlds. Xingqian School often used this technique to attack grotto heavens and worlds. With a single halberd strike, the heavenly abode was destroyed and turned into nothingness. It specialized in restraining the crystal walls of grotto heavens. The Celestial Star God-slaying sword was the most powerful killing technique. It could transform the Celestial Star God-slaying formation into the Celestial Star God-slaying formation. Once an expert was trapped, they would be in dire straits. The Celestial Star God-trapping banner was a trapping formation. It was the most obscure of all. Once trapped, it would transform into the Celestial Star God-trapping banner. It was like the door to the celestial stars. Once trapped, there would be no way out. The divine blade slashed past, and the sonorous hymn came to an abrupt end. The brilliant great sage's despairing and terrified face was revealed. "Ancestor, save me." He looked like a dying beast. In the depths of the boundless void, a sigh suddenly rang out. A gigantic hand of boundless radiance suddenly appeared from the depths of the boundless void. The gigantic hand seemed to be able to blot out the sun. In front of this terrifying giant hand, even Qin Feng felt like an ant. In the instant that the huge hand appeared, Qin Feng let out a loud roar. A 9th-rank Elysian child has made his move. Everyone, get into formation. With that, he pulled Jialan, who had yet to react, into the formation. In terms of knowledge, even Jialan couldn't compare to Qin Feng. Jialan looked at the hand Qin Feng was holding and frowned. She was even more surprised. That giant hand didn't seem to have any power to speak of. Looking at Forefather Pan Wang and Forefather Windhowl, who seemed to be immersed in the profundity of that palm, Qin Feng immediately knew that these 2 great sages were bewitched by the rhythm of the laws exuded by the owner of that giant hand. Hearing the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening, the rhythm of laws exuded by a 9th-rank Elysian child was not something an ordinary great sage could compare to. Seeing this giant hand, the brilliant great sage felt as if he had been saved from death's door. Thinking about the humiliation Qin Feng's group had inflicted upon him, his eyes flashed with viciousness, and he was about to reveal the secret. Jialan was the first to take control of the All-Heaven Star Evil Vanquishing Array. The array transformed into countless flags that surrounded the glorious Sun Pagoda in the center. Everything was cut off, All-Heaven Star God banners. After isolating themselves from the Taoist rhymes emitted by the giant palm, True Monarch Feng Ho and Old Ancestor Pan Wang seemed to have woken up from a dream. Shock flashed across their eyes as they quickly turned into 2 huge stars and entered the formation. Rumble. The giant hand that blotted out the sky slammed into the array. Crack! In an instant, Qin Feng felt as if the sky was about to crumble. A huge force came, and countless star soldiers and star generals couldn't withstand the force and exploded. His body also felt a mountain-like pressure. With a creaking sound, his skin cracked, and blood energy surged out like lava. A blood-curdling scream. Qin Feng felt that on a star not far away, a young man of the first stage realm was in fear. His body was like a crushed porcelain, and his true soul was shattered. This terrifying scene was like a star shattering. Block it for this queen. Jialan's angry roar came from the center, accompanied by the ethereal sound of a zither. Qin Feng seemed to see a giant star. Countless small stars were connected within the star, and one of the small stars burst out with an indescribable brilliance. Two other angry roars followed. True Lord Wind Roar turned into an extremely bright green star that shone brightly. On the other side, Forefather Pan Wang turned into a black star. Endless Baleful Qi turned into a dense black light. On the other side, the sages and sage kings each took a spot and used their star true force to form star. Qin Feng saw True Lord Hong Yuan turn into a bright red star. Gongsun Junyang turned into a green star that looked like a green lotus. True Lord Divine Tune turned into a silver-white star that looked like a scorched zither. True Lord Iron Screen turned into a star that looked like an iron broom. This star emitted a metallic luster. Zhang Han turned into an icy star. The brilliance of these stars was second only to the Sage Kings and the three great sages. At this moment, a star that was even brighter than the Sage Kings suddenly appeared. The giant star burned with raging flames, suppressing the boundless void. With the appearance of this star, the entire formation seemed to have stabilized by several times. Many experts looked at this huge star in astonishment. The power released by this star was not inferior to that of the three great sages. The vast starlight revealed a primordial vastness, as if it was a true primeval star. It supported a large area of the universe and connected with many other stars. Many saints could only feel a huge surge of energy pouring into them, and the entire celestial star demon vanquishing array became several times stronger. So powerful. It's him. It's Qin Feng. Chapter 735. Many sages were overjoyed. With one more great sage, their chances of survival would be higher. Rumor has it that he has a medium-sized grotto heaven. This is great. Suppress the battle formation. The three great sages looked at each other and exerted their strength together. The vast starlight shrunk. The giant hand squeezed hard, but it was as if it was squeezing a copper pea. It cannot be flattened or crushed. Tens of thousands of layers of starlight burst out, causing the giant hand to tremble. Oomph. A cold snort came from the endless void. This situation clearly made the great sage extremely dissatisfied. A chill ran down the spines of Qin Feng, Jialan, and the other spines. The group's expression changed. Clearly, they had completely angered the ninth stage Elysian Child. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Jialan's expression changed. Once the ninth stage Elysian Child was serious, they would not be able to escape. Once the ninth stage Elysian Child was serious, no one could withstand it. This is bad. On the primeval star, Qin Feng stood in the core of the star as a black lotus appeared under his feet. The innate true weapon, Thousand Leaves Water, God Black Lotus. However, even with the Thousand Leaves Water, God Black Lotus, Qin Feng was not completely confident that he could survive the ninth stage Elysian Child's attack. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. 10 breaths. As long as you can hold on for 10 breaths, the sex experts will come. It was Jialan's voice. However, this voice was like a cold wind that blew into everyone's hearts. Everyone's hearts sank. 10 breaths. It seemed like a fleeting moment, but it was enough for the ninth stage Elysian Child to turn everyone into dust. Above the huge blue star, Celestial Maiden Jialan frowned her beautiful brows. 10 breaths. Although she was confident that she could last 10 breaths with the help of the myriad dragon star Zither, at least 99% of the people present would die after 10 breaths. Give me your strength. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Qin Feng. Countless voices looked at the black-clothed youth on the giant silver star. Everyone knows that I have a medium-sized grotto heaven. The power of a medium-sized grotto heaven is not enough to withstand the 9th stage Elysian child's attack. However, if you are willing to gather your strength on me, perhaps I can give it a try? That's a good idea. The expressions of the saints changed. The power of a mid-sized heavenly abode was not enough to completely block the attack of a 9th-level Elysian son of heaven. However, with the support of over 100,000 star soldiers, star generals, and even a few great saints, they would definitely be able to block the attack of a 9th-level Elysian son of heaven. Many saints looked at Goddess Jialan, who was overseeing the array formation in the center. However, Goddess Jialan transmitted her voice to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you have to think this through. You might be able to withstand the attacks of the 9th Order Sage children, but you have to know that if your grotto heaven absorbs the true force imprints of the star saints, your grotto heaven will become impure in the future. It will greatly affect your grotto heaven's advancement in the future. All the saints' expressions changed upon hearing this. The promotion of a heavenly grotto was related to his future piety. This was of utmost importance. Senior Sister Jialan, don't worry. If we can't even pass this hurdle, how can we talk about the future? Qin Feng was not a good person who would sacrifice himself for the good of others. For other experts, absorbing so many true force imprints might cause their grotto heaven to become impure and difficult to promote. However, his grotto heaven would not. After cultivating the creation altar, this altar would have a function. It could completely purify all kinds of energy imprints, returning them to their origin and turning them into pure energy. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could absorb the true force of the saints and take the opportunity to peek at the essence of their laws, perhaps the primal chaos grotto heaven would be able to smoothly advance to the 5th level of the grotto heaven. It would completely evolve into countless half-planes and form a group of planes with crystal walls. All right, since that's the case, then I, Jialan, will owe you a favor. And I, Old Ancestor Pan Wang, I, Perfected Lord Feng Ho, will also owe you a favor. Qin Feng, I, Azura Sage King, will also owe you a favor. I, Old Ancestor Jiuxian. All the saints spoke one after another. At the same time, Qin Feng and Goddess Jialan shifted positions and took charge of the array core. A mighty, heavenly grotto heaven figure appeared on his body. This was a massive ancient tree. With the void as its main trunk, its roots took root in the endless void, breaking into the primal chaos. Goddess Jialan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Then, her killing intent soared as she shouted, "Junior apprentice brothers, junior apprentice sisters, let us help junior apprentice brother Qin Feng." With Goddess Jialan's cold shout, 10,000 streaks of starlight rushed in from all directions, turning into meteors that rushed into the primal chaos grotto heaven. Qin Feng could clearly feel the primal chaos grotto heaven's strength rapidly expanding. The creation altar appeared, guiding the 10,000 streaks of starlight to wash and filter the billowing origin energy laws into the depths of the heavenly grotto heaven. An extremely tyrannical aura appeared, shattering the giant hand holding the array formation. It was like a seed falling into the void. In an instant, it took root and sprouted, turning into a 10,000-foot tall ancient tree. Its branches swayed as Qin Feng appeared. At this time, his aura rapidly rose. A second step supreme elder. A third step quasi-saint sun god. A fourth step saint. A fifth step saint king. A sixth step great saint. A seventh step earth saint. An eighth step world king saint. A world of its own. A vast aura that could compete with the heavens and earth appeared on Qin Feng's body. World King laws were born on Qin Feng's body. Bang! This was the aura of thunder. 10,000 streaks of heavenly thunder shot out. This was the strength that belonged to Qin Feng's half-step thunder demon god realm in his previous life. In the next moment, the soaring strength seemed to break through a limit, breaking into a new realm. Qin Feng's body was surrounded by a tide of majesty that swept through the world. It was as if the endless void was celebrating the birth of an existence comparable to a saint son of heaven. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of joy. At this time, the heavenly grotto heaven within his body was condensed with endless energy. Countless half-planes were born outside the crystal wall system. The entire medium-sized heavenly grotto heaven's fifth level was born. Bang! At this time, a giant hand of light slammed down from the void. Be careful! There seemed to be countless compound voices in his body. It's fine. This method can no longer harm us. First law burst. With a cold roar, Qin Feng formed a seal with one of his hands. It was as though an ancient divine mountain had appeared in the air, slamming into the gigantic palm, causing the sky to shatter as the gigantic palm shattered into pieces. Today, we will slaughter a ninth-step saint son of heaven. With a deep roar, Qin Feng formed seals with both hands. Endless lightning erupted from the seals. Thunder law, thunder god destroys the world. Kill. It was as if 10,000 voices were roaring from the depths of Qin Feng's soul. This strike was extremely terrifying. The millstone-like seals seemed to be cast from light blue thunder. They were filled with a sense of destructive power. The pressure caused the space to rumble. The momentum destroyed thousands of miles of the void. It directly locked onto a hazy figure in the endless void. As the hazy figure's expression changed, it struck him. The sudden power outage at 10 o'clock last night. These two were from last night. Chapter 736. The Thunder Emperor's Apocalypse, ranked 45th on the list of theurgies. The butterfly ancestor's eyes were filled with countless misty lights. Her eyes were filled with ferocity. Illusory divine fire burned around her body, and 4 colorful illusory butterfly wings flapped behind her. Boom! It was as if the void was shattered. Before the Thunder Emperor's law descended, he flew thousands of miles away. The terrifying Thunder Emperor's law almost pierced through the sky with unparalleled strength. What a pity! Although I have enough strength, my soul is too weak to match my cultivation level. I can't perfectly control the Thunder Emperor's law. She shook her head, dissatisfied with herself. Countless streams of energy flowed around her. Streaks of lightning could be seen circling her body. The terrifying chaos heavenly lightning, purple heavenly lightning, green Shielan heavenly lightning. All kinds of heavenly lightning formed a sea of clouds. The Thunder Emperor's aura was entrenched. Countless people in the Golden Light Great Realm couldn't help but look over. 9th level divine sun. And he's the Thunder Emperor. Who is that? Xingqian School seems to only have one Thunder Emperor. That heavenly monarch of 9 heavens didn't seem to be here. The butterfly ancestor has hit a wall this time. In another location in the void, the Star Kings of Xingqian School were also confused. Does our Xingqian School have a second Thunder Emperor? That's impossible. Did you guys notice that he seems to have mastered more Thunder Dao than Heavenly Monarch of 9 heavens? His power is even greater. There are so many heavenly lightning bolts. Each of them can easily kill a great sage. Oh my god! Many experts of Xingqian School were dumbfounded. At this moment, perfected cultivator Qing Huang and perfected cultivator Hong Yang frowned at the same time. Qin Feng broke the Grandmaster array of Huayue Palace. A level 7 Mystic Master. Qin Feng is a level 7 Mystic Master. Both of them received the news at the same time and were shocked. Both of them were trembling. A level 7 Mystic Master. A Grandmaster Array Master. Quick, Green Emperor, send a message to the Great Ancestor Master and ask him to make a move. Don't let Qin Feng die. Xingqian's school can't afford this loss, and neither can the two of us. All right. True monarch Green Emperor's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor was a peerless expert from the depths of the wildlands. He had been famous for 3,000 years and had dominated the wildlands. He was almost on the same level as the patriarch of the wildlands' demonic butterflies. Kill. The butterfly ancestor only wanted to bring back the descendant of the brilliant great sage. But now, she was enraged and attacked Qin Feng. Law of light, sun and moon shine together. He formed an imprint with a single hand. His 4 wings flapped, and it was as if countless heavenly passages were being blown about. A bright heavenly sun and a bright sacred moon took to the skies. They both blossomed with resplendent radiance and emitted fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. It was the size of a divine mountain, and it was pushed forward by him. It crushed through the heavens, releasing rumbling sounds. Like 2 comets, in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Qin Feng. Crumble. Qin Feng formed an imprint with both hands. It was as if he was witnessing the destruction of the heavens and the earth. It was as if he had personally witnessed the true essence of the first law of the heavenly steel. His imprint was like an ancient divine mountain smashing the heavenly sun and sacred moon. It caused the butterfly ancestor to stagger. Her white robes were stained red by the fresh blood that came into contact with her mouth. Impossible. You're just a fake sage son of heaven that was born from the power of the formation. How can you possess such power? The butterfly ancestor's eyes were filled with shock and ferocity. She used the law of light and rushed over once more. The law of light was like a terrifying longsword that was dozens of miles long. With a slash, it could split the heavens and the earth. Crumble. Qin Feng formed an imprint again. It was as if he was witnessing the ancient times when the Kunlun mountain suppressed countless calamities and supported the heavens. It was a majestic scene of the ancestral veins. A special fluctuation burst out from the imprint. His body seemed to have received an invisible resonance and started to glow. It was as if his body had been tempered 100 times, shining brilliantly. Destroy. He slapped out another imprint towards the law of light. Crack! Crack! The terrifying long sword formed by the law of light crumbled inch by inch before the shockwave. Instantly, it struck the butterfly ancestor. Bang! The butterfly ancestor was hit in the head. Sacred blood flowed out, and she was completely stunned. A figure rushed out from the void. When he saw this scene, he immediately held back his urge to attack. A strange look appeared in his eyes. This lad is just relying on the celestial star demon subduing formation. How can he destroy the law of a rank 9 sage son of heaven? The black figure knew the power of the celestial star demon subduing formation, although it could allow disciples who cultivated the art of the mixed stars to stack their powers. But no matter how much power was stacked, there wouldn't be any substantial changes. It was like how no matter how much silver there was, it wouldn't turn into gold all of a sudden. Enough, a bunch of ants. The pain on her forehead woke the butterfly ancestor up. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with ferocity. As the butterfly ancestor, she had never suffered such a huge loss in her thousands of years. Law of light, time flies. Boom! Dazzling light burst out from the butterfly ancestor's hand. A beautiful classical longbow appeared, and a strange arrow invisible to the naked eye appeared in the butterfly ancestor's hand. Oh no, it's the butterfly ancestor's true fate weapon, the arrow of time. Deep in the void, the black figure's expression changed. The arrow of time was an ability that was almost impossible to defend against. It could turn light into time. This law shot out from the angle of time. It was almost unstoppable. One could only take it head-on. Sensing that the butterfly ancestor was using her trump card, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. He also started to use his true abilities. Myriad World, Lightning Destruction, Grand Ability. The lightning variant was destruction. Qin Feng had once used the Lightning Origin Grand Ability, which was ranked 45th on the All Heavens Grand Ability ranking, to create this ultimate move. Originally, with his cultivation as a rank 2 Supreme Almighty, he wouldn't be able to use this move. However, with the help of so many experts, he was barely qualified to use this move. With a wave of his sleeve, his hands rapidly formed a seal. His origin star, True Force, which had reached the 4th stage of the extreme grade, transformed into the Thunder True Force. Countless thunder principles were blasted out by him, gradually forming an ancient rune. Lightning. This was the lightning of the primordial lightning. Boom! A bolt of lightning seemed to have been summoned from the primordial chaos. It pierced through gold and cracked stone. It shook the sky and shattered the void in all directions. Under the roar of thunder, countless experts from the demon race within 1,000 miles couldn't bear the sound of the divine lightning. They couldn't help but reveal their true forms and howl in pain. Sensing the power of the divine ability in Qin Feng's hand, the black figure stopped moving. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the experts from the demon race or the Xingqian school, when they sensed the power in the ball of lightning, they couldn't help but feel a sense of terror. The butterfly ancestor's pupils contracted violently. Her hair was filled with coldness. Chapter 737. Silence was the loudest, formless. When the lightning expanded to its limit, the world seemed to have lost all sound. Following Qin Feng's finger, an invisible lightning bolt that spanned across the heavens, and earth burst forth like a faint light shadow, cutting across several thousand feet. The butterfly ancestor didn't even have time to pull the bowstring before the lightning struck him. Damn it! The intense danger made the butterfly ancestor's saint's soul tremble. A trace of fear appeared. The 9th-level Saint Law in his body poured into the longbow in his hand like a torrent. Instinctively, he used the longbow to block in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the ancient radiance bow with 2 immortal divine seals let out a wail as the bowstring broke. The next moment, the destructive lightning struck the butterfly ancestor heavily. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He didn't even have time to feel the pain of losing the ancient radiance bow. The butterfly ancestor flapped his 4 pairs of butterfly wings, and the laws of time faintly vibrated. In an instant, he flew thousands of miles as if he was walking in time. It's useless. Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. The myriad world lightning destruction grand mystique was a peerless grand mystique that contained lightning, destruction, and the void. Although the laws of time were powerful and stood above many other laws, they had their nemesis. This included the destruction grand mystique that contained the destruction grand mystique. Boom! Indeed, as Qin Feng expected, the terrifying lightning shattered the void and caught up to the trace of the laws of time. The destructive force destroyed the trace of the laws of time, as if it could shatter time. In an instant, it struck the butterfly ancestor heavily. Chi-chi! Ah! Accompanied by a terrifying scream, the butterfly ancestor's body flickered in the lightning. His saint's soul flew out like a ray of light and instantly escaped the range of the destructive force. His body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the void. He actually defeated the butterfly ancestor and even forced the old man's saint soul out. What a powerful lightning mystique. In the dark, the black figure smacked his lips. He was delighted when he saw the butterfly ancestor coming in his direction. He really came to me on a silver platter. He sneered and pointed a finger. Countless green lights shot out from his finger like wild dragons and turned into a cage that trapped the butterfly ancestor's saint soul. With a thought, the cage turned into a jade-green divine wood cauldron and sealed the butterfly ancestor. The divine wood cauldron flew back to the black figure's hand. That's right, the holy soul of a 9th-rank Elysian prince. If we give it to Grandmaster Dan, we might be able to refine a 7th-rank Saint Pill. Qin Feng's figure flashed and silently appeared before the black shadow. He looked at the jade-like wooden cauldron. The divine wood cauldron. He said divine wood cauldron. The azure Patriarch's divine wood cauldron was a wood-type astral treasure that combined the Tao of azure, Tao of stars, and Tao of creation. Greetings, Elder Qing Di. Qin Feng spoke. It was as though 10,000 voices were speaking at the same time. It was abnormally awkward, but extremely orderly. It was not Qin Feng who spoke, but the great sages in his body. The divine wood elder was one of the 5 divine elders of Xingqian school. The 5 divine elders were the resident elders. They were the divine wood elder, the divine red elder, the divine black elder, the bi-emperor, and the yellow emperor elder. The yellow emperor elder went missing 1,000 years ago. Currently, the 4 divine elders were the 4 most commonly seen elders in the sect. Many disciples in Xingqian school knew that although the Xingqian school had an unknown number of divine elders, there were only 5 of them. However, on the surface, there were only 5 of them, and they were the 5 emperor elders. In every generation of the 5 emperor's elders, unless one of them had a breakthrough, there would be another supreme elder. It was an old man with jade-green hair. He was not tall, but his face was as red as a baby. He put his hands on his waist and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "Brats, you've done well. You've killed the butterfly ancestor in one fell swoop." That old thing had an extremely high status in the wilderness. He was also a radical who was determined to go against our Xingqian school. This Elder Qing Di seemed to be very happy. He looked at Qin Feng with a strange light, as if he had seen a new toy. "But you're really strange. You can actually use the law of lightning at the level of a sage child. It's really strange. Your true soul seems to be only at the level of the stage 2 Supreme Almighty. There seems to be a treasure in the depths of your soul that is compatible with your soul origin. It's no wonder you can use such powerful energy." Qin Feng felt as if his soul had been seen through by the divine elder. Qin Feng frowned. The primal chaos paradise, true energy, reinforced his soul, completely concealing it. "This is your medium-sized paradise?" The divine elder's eyes moved as if he wanted to see through the depths of the paradise. However, within the paradise, the chaotic heavenly Tao energy flowed. The entire paradise shrunk like a chaotic chicken. The paradise's crystal walls emitted a mysterious yellow chi that blocked out the divine elder's gaze. What a powerful antique! Qin Feng was shocked. The old man in front of him was even more terrifying than the butterfly ancestor. The butterfly ancestor was probably as weak as a baby in front of this old man. Qin Feng was about to undo the array when the divine elder said with a smile, "Qin Feng, slow down. Since you are able to display such battle prowess, it would be too scary to just give up like this. You can take this opportunity to go attack the 72 treasure palaces. If you are able to break through the 72 palaces, this old man can vouch for you to allow you to choose 2 of the spoils of war first." The divine elder's eyes shone with a bright light. The person in front of him was a strong man. He was a level 7 mystic master and had the combat strength of a stage 9 sage child. He was practically a human-shaped destruction machine. With this person, he could rival an army of 1,000,000. From the beginning, the divine elder had set his eyes on Qin Feng. "Elder, our mission seems to have been completed." Qin Feng was not stupid. The divine elder wanted to recruit him for free. Furthermore, the 72 treasured palaces don't seem to be easy to break through. Not only are there extremely powerful arrays, but they are also supported by the demon god's enchantment. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. What's not easy to break through? 18 heavenly palaces, 72 treasured palaces. Although there were more restrictions in the 72 treasure palaces, the arrays were more complicated, and there was even the demon god's enchantment. It was not too difficult for Qin Feng to break through. Moreover, he had to rush in and snatch the 3 realms Poria Cocos that contained the origin of the Heaven Realm's laws. Qin Feng could not wait to rush in. However, this was a good opportunity to win people's hearts. Furthermore, divine elder, look at how to break through the restrictions. I, Qin Feng, am not the only one who contributed. As soon as he said that, countless divine consciousness vibrated in his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng felt the power in his body increase by 30%. The power of the heavenly abode in his body was even more powerful. This cunning fellow, the elder from the Azure Supreme, the Arch, felt helpless. These 72 treasure palaces contained countless complicated formations. The most frightening thing was that these 72 treasure palaces were connected to each other and formed a very complicated compound formation. The entire array was made up of 72 6th-level arrays. It was not inferior to an ordinary 8th-level array. Besides Qin Feng, there was probably no one else here who could break through the array within 3 days. Unless they still used the plan that Xingqian School had planned and took risks. Chapter 738. When Huaihua Palace was broken through, the Saint Kings and the palaces facing Huaihua Palace became extremely ugly. Huaihua Palace was connected to Chongming Palace, Mirror Edge Palace, and Hanyuan Palace. To enter Golden Light Palace, they had to go through these 3 palaces. Of course, they could go around them, but they had to go through the other palaces. Chongming Palace was the 3rd line of defense facing Huaihua Palace. Chongming Palace was huge. When Chongming Palace was first built, the Chongming clan had integrated the clan's Grotto Heaven into this palace. Among the 72 palaces, this palace was considered one of the more remote palaces, but it still looked like a sacred mountain. These are definitely not ordinary palaces and pavilions. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was a continent floating on an island in the clouds. In Chongming Palace, the Radiant King, the strongest of the Chongming clan, was already nervous. Chongming was the light. This was a branch of the Immemorial Light clan. The Immemorial Light clan was once known as the Divine Light clan. They were the most favored clan of the Divine Light clan. They were born with wings, pure white, and were favored by the Divine Light. The stronger they were, the more wings they had. The strongest of them had 12 wings. The 12-winged Radiant King was the closest to the Divine Light position. The Chongming clan had been in decline for a long time. Because of their special physique, they had been hunted down by the Divine Light clan in the Spirit Sea realm. The Chongming clan had an extremely rare trait. Their physique was one of the best materials for refining light puppets. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that once the Chongming clan members were converted, the power of faith they produced was not only pure, but also many times more than the average cultivator. After the disappearance of the Divine Light clan in the Primordial Age, the Immemorial Light clan, one of the overlords of the Primordial Age, fell apart. Most of them did not escape the fate of being converted and captured. Only a few of them managed to find a backer and were lucky enough to survive. That was when the Chongming clan escaped the calamity by entering the wilderness. However, the wilderness was not a good place. The Chongming clan had millions of clansmen at their peak. Only a few thousand clansmen survived under the protection of the Golden Light Demon Lord. The Radiant King, the strongest of the Radiant King, had just become a saint. Most of the clansmen had not even activated their bloodline to grow the wings of light. In Chongming Palace, the current god of light was a middle-aged man. He was very tall. Although he looked middle-aged, he exuded an indescribable charm. The 4 wings on his back flapped, as if he was being praised by boundless light. "My king, did the Demon Empress send any reinforcements?" In the main hall, the 6 elders of the Chongming tribe who held the highest positions looked at the glorious king hopefully. The glorious king looked at the eager gazes of his people around him, and for a moment, a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. The Chongming clan had never fallen so low. At its peak, the Light clan of the ancient era had ruled over several regions. They were famous for their fighting prowess. At that time, countless human clan sects were only qualified to be slaves. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now that they had come knocking on their door, the Chongming clan had to beg for protection from others. However, he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, the Chongming clan's extinction would be imminent. Over the years, the Chongming clan had joined the Wildlands camp. Many Xingqian school disciples had died at the hands of the Chongming clan. The glorious king had reason to believe that the Chongming clan would be completely annihilated after the Chongming clan split open the Chongming Hall. Everyone, I have already sent a message to the Demon Empress. I believe the Demon Empress will send reinforcements here soon. That's great. That's great. With the Golden Light clan's reinforcements, we will have nothing to worry about. That's great. Looking at the overjoyed experts of his clan, the glorious king's expression turned even uglier. Many of the 6 elders heaved a sigh of relief. 2 of them saw the glorious king's eyes dim. The 2 elders' expressions changed, and they couldn't help but send a voice transmission. My king, could it be that the Demon Empress is unwilling to send reinforcements? Great elder, second elder, you should be more aware of the situation at the Golden Light Demon Palace. Now that Xingqian School has launched a large-scale invasion, many experts have entered the battlefield of the gods. Where will the reinforcements come from? These 2 elders were his trusted aides, so the glorious king didn't hide anything. Then how can we defend ourselves? You and I both know about the Transformation Palace. The Radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly clan and our Chongming clan have been on good terms since ancient times. Although they have always claimed that the 3 realms Radiant Sun formation in the Transformation Palace is only a 6th level formation, you and I both know that it is an extremely powerful 7th level formation. Great Elder's eyes revealed a trace of anger, but also a trace of fear. A 7th level formation of the light element had been broken so easily. It was obvious that the culprit had an immemorial treasure that specialized in breaking formations, or even a 7th level mystic cultivator. No matter which possibility it was a disaster for the Chongming Palace. My king, did the Demon Empress not do anything when she heard that the Transformation Palace had been breached? Second Elder's face was also red. The Demon Empress said that the Chongming Palace had the protection of a 6th level formation and that the 72 palaces cooperated with each other. She was making a mountain out of a molehill. She even reprimanded me in front of all the experts. At this point, both Great Elder and Second Elder's faces changed. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. How can these people not know how terrifying that young man is? He can break a 7th level formation. This is a huge threat to the wilderness. Don't these people understand? The 2 elders' faces were full of anger. The glorious king, on the other hand, wasn't too angry. Various emotions flashed across his eyes. Actually, in my opinion, the Chongming Palace can't be defended anymore. What? The 2 elders restrained their anger. They sensed something special from the glorious king's words. The Golden Glazed Butterfly clan is unreliable. If we want them to come and save us, I'm afraid it's impossible. The glorious king had been thinking about something else since he met the Demon Empress. As the current ruler of the Chongming clan, he couldn't sit by and watch the last branch of the ancient Light clan disappear. My king, what do you mean? The great elder deliberated for a moment. There was an inexplicable meaning in his voice. Since the primordial age, the Chongming clan has sought refuge in the wilderness. Generations of our clan have been the vanguard, fighting bravely. Our clan's territory, the City of Light, was slowly encroached by the wilderness. Countless of our clan's disciples have been sacrificed. The glorious king suddenly stopped talking. Although he didn't say anything else, the Great Elder and Second Elder knew very well. There had been a number of outstanding women in the Chongming clan who had disappeared for no reason. Everyone knew the reason. The Chongming clan had a bloody history in the wilderness. The Chongming clan no longer owes anyone anything. Moreover, the Golden Light race has already abandoned our Chongming clan, so they can't blame us for doing so. If it was possible, the God of Glory would not be willing to give up this final resting place. The Chongming Palace was the last of the Chongming clan's tens of thousands of years of operations. However, when he thought of the person who broke the formation of the Conversion Palace, the glorious king had to make a choice. Chapter 739. If he had not seen Qin Feng break into the Huaihua Palace in just a few minutes, he would not have believed it. The glorious king would not have made such a hasty decision. The cave in the Chongming Palace was where the Chongming tribe had operated for tens of thousands of years. The glorious king would not be willing to leave his life in the hands of others. However, if he was unwilling, the fate of the radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly tribe would be a good example for the Chongming tribe. Elders, you too go ahead and take control of some of the clansmen. The glorious king's eyes flashed coldly. Some of them had been completely brainwashed by the ancestral court and had become loyal. In order to protect the Chongming tribe, the Radiant King did not mind killing these people. Yes, my king. The two elders were dejected. This was the best way out. A good treasure. After capturing the butterfly ancestor, the great Radiant Sun Pagoda fell into the hands of the Lotus Emperor Elder. Qin Feng wanted to keep the primordial radiant true weapon for himself, but the Lotus Emperor Elder was cunning and had made his move first. Of course, this treasure is the inheritance treasure of the Radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly tribe. It has been baptized by the Radiant Saint Monarch Butterfly tribe's experts day and night. This treasure is only one step away from becoming a middle heavenly true weapon. Qin Feng took out another supreme treasure. It was a jade-colored divine weapon that seemed to be condensed from life gemstones. The blade of the weapon flickered with a sharpness that caused one's heart to turn cold. It was the Saber of Rest, the personal weapon of the primordial god of life. This was an incomplete primordial true treasure that contained two indestructible divine seals. After killing Great Sage Soul Devourer, this treasure naturally became Qin Feng's spoils of war. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had not comprehended the law of life. This treasure was like casting pearls before swine. The Lotus Emperor Elder's eyes shone brightly. He cultivated the law of wood and was proficient in creation and life. A life-type true weapon was a rare treasure to him. If he could obtain this treasure, his strength would increase by more than 30%. This would be beneficial to his comprehension of the law of life. Brother Qin Feng, let's make a deal. What do you think? Elder Qing Di rubbed his hands. Elder, what do you want to discuss? Qin Feng took in the Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder's expression. Ever since he took out the Saber of Rest, this old man's eyes were fixed on it. How could he not understand what this old man was thinking? Don't call me Elder. Just call me Elder, Brother Pine Tree. It's so intimate. The old man smiled like an old chrysanthemum. Qin Feng shook his head. How can I do that? You're the sect's Grand Elder, and I'm just a successor disciple. How can I call you my brother? If word of this gets out, and those from the monitoring hall find out, they'll accuse me of looking down on my elders. The old man was furious. Let's see who dares to take the blame for you. He must be tired of living. After saying that, he glanced at the saber in Qin Feng's hand and said, How about this? You see, this saber of life is completely useless in your hands. Why don't the two of us exchange? After saying that, he shook the great, bright, glorious Sun Pagoda in his hand. Qin Feng glanced at the great, bright, glorious Sun Pagoda. He was indeed a little tempted by this pagoda. Ever since he had cultivated the connate primordial light force on the absolute beginning star, he had dabbled in the law of light. If he obtained this pagoda, he might be able to create a divine seal on it and turn it into a kingdom of light that could be integrated into the chaos grotto heaven. This would have extraordinary benefits for the evolution of the chaos grotto heaven. Elder, this deal is possible. However, my Saber of Rest is a mid-heaven true treasure with two immortal divine seals, while your great radiant glorious Sun Pagoda is only a peak Hotian true treasure. The difference of one grade. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a smile that was not a smile. The Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder's face turned red. Although there was only a small difference between a peak-acquired true weapon and a mid-heaven true weapon, the difference was like heaven and earth. This kid is too shrewd. The Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder, cursed in his heart. Seeing that Qin Feng was extorting Mo Yang, he said helplessly, Kid, then what else do you want? As long as I have it, you can state your conditions. I want that ball of light, sacred heart flame. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. When the transformation palace was destroyed, the light, sacred heart flame had flowed into the endless void. Others might not have noticed, but he had seen with his own eyes that the old man had secretly collected the light, sacred heart flame. The light, sacred heart flame was very useful to him. There were many ways to upgrade the middle heaven grotto heaven into a large grotto heaven, which was a real world. One of the ways was to establish the 7 elemental worlds. When the 7 elemental yuan qi were combined, it would logically form a world. The 7 elemental yuan qi were light, darkness, water, wind, fire, and thunder. If he could obtain the light sacred heart flame, in addition to the great bright glorious sun pagoda, there would indeed be hope to establish the light elemental world. Good kid. The Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder, narrowed his eyes. He had collected the heaven and earth divine flame without anyone noticing. He did not expect Qin Feng to discover it. The old man was a little hesitant. The heaven and earth divine flame was not ordinary. In terms of value, it was not inferior to a middle heaven true artifact. If he exchanged the great bright glorious sun pagoda and the heaven and earth divine flame for the saber of life, he would obviously suffer a loss. Fine, consider it as forming a good relationship with this young level 7 mystic master. If there is any trouble in the future, at least I will have a strong helper. With this thought, the Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder, snorted lightly and took out the 2 balls of light. Kid, you owe me a favor. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Old man, you have taken advantage of me. He handed over the saber of life and stored the 2 treasures into his body. When the 2 treasures fell into the creation altar, they immediately seemed to melt inch by inch and turned into a ball of pure light force. On one side of the crystal wall, an illusory light plane was born as the 2 treasures melted inch by inch. However, it took a long time for it to turn from illusion to reality. Stimulated by the light force, the entire chaos grotto heaven seemed to become much brighter, and many dark places were completely illuminated. The grotto heaven's origin was activated, and Qin Feng felt a huge amount of energy enter his body. His aura rose, and his strength increased again. Qin Feng could not hide the joy in his eyes. After refining the light, divine object, the grotto heaven became stronger again. The Azure Supreme, the Arch Elder, also could not hide his joy. Soon, the 2 of them appeared under a long bridge. There were 3 paths in the square under the bridge, and they led to the Chongming Palace, the Mirror Edge Palace, and the Hanyuan Palace. Brother Qin Feng, you choose a path. Which palace to attack? You have the final say. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The Chongming Palace, then? This is the closest. Qin Feng had been thinking about the Chongming clan in the Chongming Palace for a long time. If he could capture all of them, the light elemental realm would be born in less time. Chapter 740. The Chongming Palace was in sight. Boom! At that moment, a group of demon race experts appeared from the periphery. How dare you barge in alone? Die! Kill these 2 intruders. Cut off their heads and go to the ancestral court to claim the reward. Under the leadership of several demon saints, thousands of demon clan experts charged toward Yi Fuqian with murderous intent. It's the Floating Cloud Palace, 5 Clarity Palace, Sun Palace, and Black Fiend Palace experts. Demon Sage Refined Cloud, Demon Sage 7 Fiends, Demon Sage Chong Sun, Demon Sage Black Crow. They are all Demon Sage experts. Great. These 2 arrogant people are doomed. Let's charge out. Inside the Chongming Palace, the 6 great elders of the Chongming clan, as well as many experts, could not help but become restless. They clamored and were about to rush out of the Chongming Palace. A bunch of ants. Qin Feng shook his head. He wanted to use his demon lord nomological laws, but he stopped when he saw the Lotus Arch. A huge ball of lightning suddenly appeared. The powerful lightning was like 9 dragons. Lightning nomological laws. Lightning emperor's destruction. The 9 lightning nomological laws formed a huge dragon that was 1,000 feet long. It was like a comet that struck the demon sages. Fear flashed in the eyes of the demon sages. They did not even look back as they ran for their lives. But it was too late. Wherever the lightning passed, it destroyed the void. Thousands of Demon Clan experts were instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning caught up with the Beast Saints. The Beast Saints only had time to let out a miserable shriek before the laws of nature collapsed, and their sacred bodies were destroyed. The clamor of the Chong-Ming clan experts in the Chong-Ming Palace stopped. The sudden death of so many demon sages had frightened the Chong-Ming clan experts. The Demon Sage Refined Cloud, Demon Sage 7 Fiends, Demon Sage Chong Sun, and Demon Sage Black Crow were very famous. They were definitely in the upper echelons of the wilderness. Even the glorious king of the Chong-Ming clan was only equal to them in terms of status. Some of the demon sages even had prominent backgrounds. Even the glorious king was slightly inferior. Most of the Chong-Ming clan experts were already weak in the knees. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Chong-Ming Palace as if he could see through it. A huge grotto heaven appeared before his eyes. It was a huge grotto heaven formed by light. There were mountains, rivers, clouds, oceans, and a huge sacred mountain. Under the sacred mountain, thousands of Chong-Ming clan people were cultivating day and night. The entire sacred mountain was emitting waves of light that were as deep as the ocean. How is it? Can this formation be broken? Elder Qing Di's earnest voice sounded in his ears. Qin Feng continued to observe. There was a huge array around the heavenly abode. It was a grade 6 ancient light array. The ancient formation drew in the power of light from the depths of the endless void. It faintly resonated with the other 71 ancient formations, like 72 ancient stars. It's nothing. It's just a level 6 formation. Although it's an ancient formation and is very powerful, it's really nothing in my eyes. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Kid, don't underestimate your opponent. Although I don't know much about formations, I've received information from the sect that these 72 formations are connected and resonating with each other. Once one of the formations is activated, the other 71 killing formations will immediately be activated. The combined formation of these 72 formations is comparable to a grade 8 formation. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. You should know the power of a grade 8 formation. Even a level 9 sage son like me won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry. Although these 72 formations are interconnected and form a huge array, the flaws are also very obvious. Normal Shin masters would be helpless, but they've met their nemesis when encountering me. So what if it's a real level 8 formation, let alone a composite pseudo-level 8 formation? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with confidence. You don't even know how to brag. Elder Qing Di did not believe him. It was already extremely shocking that Qin Feng could become a grade 7 Shin master at such a young age. It was impossible for him to become a grade 8 Shin master. He was only half a step away from becoming a grade 9 formation master. It was too unbelievable for him to become a grade 8 Shin master at such a young age. Unless Qin Feng was the reincarnation of an ancient Shin ancestor. Seeing that Elder Qing Di did not believe him, Qin Feng did not explain. In his previous life, he was only half a step away from becoming a Shin ancestor. Now that he had the support of the sages, he was still a little short of being a grade 9 Shin master. However, it was not difficult for him to use the power of a grade 8 Shin master. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Chong-Ming Palace in an instant. Inside Chong-Ming Palace, the Radiant King held on to his last hope that the formation of Chong-Ming Palace could stop Qin Feng. The Radiant King could not bear to give up his assets so directly. Qin Feng's expression did not change as he formed seals with both hands. With the support of the sages, The power of laws flowed and turned into a large number of silver runes that rushed toward Chongming Palace like thousands of stars. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Elder Qin Di's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Qin Feng make a move. In his eyes, Qin Feng was like an artist when he formed seals to break the restriction. He was filled with an indescribable elegance and grace. Elder Qin Di was not an ignorant person. He had seen some powerful Xian masters use their skills in the Xian Master Central Hall, but none of them were so calm and graceful. It was as if he was not carefully breaking a terrifying formation. Instead, it was as if he was walking into his own house. In just a few breaths, a huge hole appeared in the restriction in front of Chongming Palace. Countless runes flew out of the hole and tried to erode the surroundings. Those terrifying restrictions that made people feel uneasy seemed to have met their nemesis. Layer by layer, they retreated rapidly. Inside Chongming Palace, as the master of the formation and the master of the Grotto Heaven, he could clearly sense that there was a problem with the operation of the formation. It was as if a complicated chain was being broken from the outside to the inside, layer by layer. The formation gradually went from active to obscure, and finally, it completely lost control of that part. "We can't wait any longer," the Radiant King said bitterly. Behind him, First Elder and Second Elder also looked gloomy. Boom! As the Radiant King formed seals, the entire formation suddenly rumbled and shook. The main door was suddenly opened. "Great King, what are you doing?" Some of the Chongming tribe experts were stunned when they saw the main door of Chongming Palace suddenly open. In the next moment, some of them reacted violently. "Great King, are you betraying the wildlands?" "Great King, you're crazy. How can you betray the Golden Light Demon Nation and the wildlands? This will lead to the annihilation of your tribe." "Great King, you're so foolish." Some experts jumped out. Many of the Chongming tribe experts were also shocked and filled with disbelief. But in the next moment, their disbelief turned into fear. In an instant, dozens of figures rushed out. Blood splattered everywhere. The dozens of Chongming tribe experts who were still protesting were killed instantly. Chapter 741. Qin Feng and the Lotus Emperor Elder witnessed the glorious king's actions with their own eyes. The two of them looked on coldly. From today onwards, no one is allowed to mention the ancestral court of demons. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. The ancestral court of demons was a derogatory name for the ancestral court of the ancient wilderness. The glorious king was going to change his tune. With that, the glorious king and the 6 elders flew out at the same time and bowed to Qin Feng and the Lotus Emperor Elder. "Experts, the Chongming tribe is willing to forsake the darkness and join the alliance of stars. I hope the two of you can show mercy." The Lotus Emperor Elder looked on coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked down on such opportunists. Although he had a childish personality, he was actually decisive. Seeing the Lotus Emperor Elder's expression, the glorious king was shocked. He was about to speak, but the next moment, the words stuck in his throat. A layer of light rippled from the Lotus Emperor Elder's body. The entire Chongming Grotto Heaven froze and was about to collapse in the next moment. "Brother Pine Tree, please spare their lives." Qin Feng's voice could be heard. Looking at the huge Grotto Heaven, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. "Brother Qin Feng, are you interested in their Grotto Heavens? These Grotto Heavens are useless. They contain extremely heterogeneous energy. If our Grotto Heavens absorb it, we will have indigestion." The Lotus Emperor Elder shook his head. Moreover, the Chongming tribe is very self-centered and has always been selfish. They are extremely arrogant and look down on others. If we take them in, it will be a source of trouble. Back then, the ancestral court of the ancient wilderness suffered because of them. That was why they were exiled to the front lines. It's a pity that these people have not changed even after tens of thousands of years. Qin Feng shook his head. "It's fine. Just purify it once." Purify. The Azure Arch-Elder's eyes lit up with passion. Brother Qin Feng has a way to purify the source of Grotto Heavens. The source of Grotto Heavens was a piece of fatty meat. Any Grotto Heavens that devoured the source of other Grotto Heavens would be strengthened. However, this was a taboo. It was common knowledge that the Grotto Heaven origin contained the mark of the Creator. Furthermore, every creator who created a Grotto Heaven was different. The Grotto Heaven naturally contained the Creator's mark. If there was no way to cleanse it, once the Grotto Heaven was devoured, it would become a great hidden danger. During the primeval times, there were numerous extremely formidable existences that relied on their strength to wantonly devour the abodes of other experts. However, without exception, all of them suffered an unprecedented calamity in their later years and paid a heavy price. Ever since ancient times, there had never been a method to purify the source of the paradise. It wasn't that there weren't any experts who tried to think of a way, but the heavenly grotto was too chaotic. Wanting to purify and completely wash away the Creator's imprint and traces was easier said than done. The Azure Arch-Elder's eyes were like small suns. His emotions surged, and he almost couldn't help but jump out. Qin Feng also realized the value of this secret technique that appeared at the peak of the Golden Age. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng decided not to hide it. Now that he was on the boat of Xingqian School, the bigger the boat, the more stable it would be. The benefits would also be greater if they didn't have him as a true disciple. Yes, I did create the secret technique to purify the Grotto Heaven. Qin Feng unceremoniously claimed the identity of the creator of this secret technique. Really, the Azure Arch-Elder couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. Brother Qin Feng, can you sell this secret technique to the sect? Of course, the sect won't take your secret technique for free. They will definitely compensate you accordingly. The Azure Arch-Elder's hands trembled. With this secret technique, the strength of the entire Xingqian School would soar by a large margin. In addition, Qin Feng was a 7th-level Supreme Power Master. In the face of the calamity 3 years later, the sect would have more than a 30% chance of surviving. 30%. Even with the temperament and cultivation of the Azure Arch-Elder, he couldn't sit still when he thought about it. Qin Feng nodded. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Anyway, the secret technique of the altar would be discovered soon. He might as well take the initiative to submit it and gain some reputation and benefits among the higher-ups of Xingqian School. He believed that with these contributions, even the Supervisory Hall, Gong Ao, and the others wouldn't dare to touch Qin Feng easily. With a thought, some information about the construction of the altar and the refining method turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Azure Arch-Elder's mind. Wonderful, wonderful. Just by glancing through the secret techniques sent by Qin Feng, the Azure Arch-Elder's face turned red. He couldn't help but scratch his ears and cheeks as if he had seen a new door. What a wonderful idea. I didn't expect that the Grotto Heaven origin could be purified through this wonderful altar. Using the fire of the altar to burn the impurities and cleanse the Grotto Heaven origin in the depths of the endless void. How wonderful. Seeing the key point, the Azure Arch-Elder couldn't help but feel excited and dance with joy. The many great sages in Qin Feng's body looked at this scene in astonishment. They didn't know what Qin Feng said to the Azure Arch-Elder that made the Grand Elder lose his composure. He was going crazy. Good. The Azure Arch-Elder's face was flushed red. He glanced at Qin Feng and said happily, "Kid, I'm going to present the secret technique to the sect now. I'll leave everything here to you. After you break into Chongming Hall, don't advance rashly. Wait for the rest of the sect's experts to arrive. Then, we'll attack the Golden Light Demon Palace together." After saying that, the Azure Arch-Elder disappeared into the void like a gust of wind. Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so generous. I misjudged you. At this moment, the demoness' long-lost voice came from the Grotto Heaven. Then, the demoness changed her tone and laughed at herself. "But brat, You've created a lot of competitors for yourself by being so generous. There are countless geniuses in Xingqian school. With this secret technique of yours, their strength will definitely increase greatly. In the future, when the deity position appears, I'm afraid they won't go easy on you because of what you did today. Qin Feng shook his head and sneered. This demonist really thought that he was a good person. It wouldn't take long for the altar technique to be discovered. It wouldn't make much of a difference whether he handed it over or not. Moreover, he could obtain great benefits now. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't stupid. He didn't hand over his strongest altar of destruction, altar of creation, and altar of guardian. What he handed over were just some ordinary altars, and the strongest one was the origin altar. However, although the origin altar was strong, the origin demon god was naturally weaker than the creation demon god, end demon god, and guardian demon god. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the grotto heaven in front of him. With a wave of his sleeve, he swallowed the grotto heaven in the blink of an eye. He used the power of the altar to refine it into the light elemental realm of nothingness. With this power, the entire light elemental realm turned from nothingness to reality in the blink of an eye. It turned into a half-bit wall. The power fed back. The great, bright, glorious sun pagoda and sacred light heart flame in the altar of creation were completely refined in one breath. They turned into an extremely dense ball of light that merged into the light elemental realm. The half-bit wall expanded and turned into a real bit wall. The bit wall was filled with extremely pure light elemental energy. Qin Feng took the opportunity to integrate the Chongming clan's grotto heaven into the bit wall, creating mountains and rivers. The Chongming clan's sacred light mountain appeared in the center. This was a bit wall that was even vaster than the original Chongming grotto heaven. Chapter 742. The sky was not high, but the human heart was the most important. The size of a plane depended on its creator. If Qin Feng wanted to, the light elemental realm could be even bigger. The light elemental realm was of moderate size and had all the essentials. The plane was filled with extremely pure light vital energy. It was the best place to cultivate the power of light, especially the holy mountain of light in the center. It had been strengthened by the Chongming tribe since ancient times. It had condensed the faith and power of countless experts of the light tribe. It had a very magical effect. Qin Feng used his power to refine the sacred mountain according to the secret technique of the 5 mountain god mountains. It made the sacred mountain even more wondrous, and it gained a power that could suppress planes. Then, Qin Feng grabbed all the experts of the Chongming tribe. As he recited the supreme golden light whirling mantra, a layer of extremely rich Buddhist light blasted into the depths of the cave and converted many experts of the Chongming tribe. He's so powerful that there's no limit to it. He actually created a pure light plane so casually. What a huge Zhong Heaven cave. It's already showing signs of evolving into a world. Good move. Qin Feng did not hide his moves. This scene was witnessed by many great sages, and experts in his body. They were even more shocked by Qin Feng's moves. Many cultivators even had the thought of training in seclusion in this realm. He's really invincible. Perfected Lord Hongwan, Ninth Lady Gongsun, perfected Lord Fairy Sound, perfected Lord Tai Mu, Zhang Han, and the other sages' expressions change continuously. I've seen my master's grotto heaven before. Even his myriad stars grotto heaven is nothing compared to this grotto heaven. Ninth Lady Gongsun's eyes lit up. It's more than that. In the sect, except for the ancient star world, I'm afraid that there isn't any other medium-sized cave heaven that has such a magnificent scene. Even the sect master's life, cave heaven doesn't have such a magnificent scene. This is not far from the realm of a world's large-scale cave heaven. True Monarch Hongwan was the favorite of the current sect master. She was even more knowledgeable than the 4 sages. She had entered many grotto heavens of ancient existences, including some medium-sized ones. However, Compared to Qin Feng's Chaos Grotto Heaven, it was far inferior. The glorious king was indeed a saint. Qin Feng's power of expiation blasted into the glorious king's body and was blocked by the glorious king's law of light. The sturdy will of the saint was roaring in anger. Seems like it's still not possible to convert a saint. Qin Feng shook his head and grabbed the radiant king. He used the chaotic light and darkness seal to seal him in the depths of the radiant sacred mountain. Boy, although your supreme golden whirling incantation is the supreme secret technique of the Zen sect in the Pure Land, it is not specialized in edification and bewitchment. Saints are all people with extraordinary willpower. If you want to edify a saint, your secret technique is still far from enough. The demoness' giggling voice could be heard. You know this secret technique? Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Of course I know. The founder of the Zen sect in the Pure Land was my junior. No one knows the true teachings of the Zen sect in the Pure Land better than me. There was a hint of disdain in the demoness' tone. Those guys from the Zen sect in the Pure Land are indeed very wise and have great willpower. It's a pity that they have angered many ancient powerhouses. Qin Feng thought that this demoness was indeed an antique. Although he had always felt that the demoness was bragging, her words were so convincing that he had no choice but to believe her. Demoness, since you know the techniques of expiation, why don't you just give me a few? Save me the trouble. Boy, why should I teach you those techniques? Do you know how precious these techniques are? The demoness was not easy to talk to. Qin Feng, people have to pay rent when renting a house. Look at you, living in my grotto heaven, eating my spirit fruits, and even bathing in my spring of life. Shouldn't you pay the rent? Speaking of this, Qin Feng's expression turned ugly. This demoness was too difficult to deal with. Even if his grotto heaven was upgraded several times, he could not chase this woman away. Who cares? If I reveal my identity, At this point, the demoness' tone changed. But it's fine. In order for me to live more comfortably and not be disturbed by the noise of those guys, I will help you. After saying that, the demoness pointed her finger across the air. Qin Feng felt a terrifying power appear in his mind from an unknown time and space. A strange divine ability appeared in his mind. All beings united? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Even with his experience, he could not help but be tempted when he saw this divine ability. This cultivation method, called All Living Beings United Heart, was not just a method of forcibly expiation, but a method of becoming Buddha as one's ancestor. When cultivated to the highest level, it could even transform the delusions of all living beings into a pure land. The most amazing thing was that with the supreme golden light whirling mantra as the foundation, the cultivation of this divine ability was a matter of course for Qin Feng. After a slight cultivation, Qin Feng felt a layer of warm light flowing out from the depths of his own spirit. This light seemed to contain the best hopes of all living beings. The water-like brilliance fluctuated and countless scriptures bloomed, absorbing the power of Qin Feng's own spirit. It was as if a boundless pure land had been opened up in the depths of his soul. Light of pure land? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. There were a total of 3 levels of all beings united. The first level was the light of pure land. The second level was the light of all beings. The third level was the light of heaven and earth. When cultivated to the third level, even heaven and earth would be completely expiated with a single thought. This was a core supreme technique of the Pure Land Zen sect, just like the supreme golden light whirling mantra. However, in terms of the cultivation and enhancement of the soul, the supreme golden light whirling mantra was more brilliant. However, in terms of the divine ability, the light of all beings united was more powerful. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. His gaze fell on the glorious king in the holy mountain of light. With a thought, a blazing golden light burst out from his body and rushed into the depths of the holy mountain of light like a tide. Qin Feng could even see that as this layer of brilliance blasted into the holy mountain of light, The imprints left behind by the Chongming experts of the past generations were completely expiated. The brilliance blasted into the glorious king's body. This time, there was a hint of fear on the glorious king's face. This expiation technique was not forcibly expiated. It was a kind of induction. He seemed to see the Chongming clan regaining their glory in the brilliance and the scene of their prosperity rising in heaven and earth. The brilliance of all beings united was extremely tempting. This time, the glorious king's will did not resist. He was gradually confused by the scene in the Pure Land. His sage will gradually fell, and even the sage precepts seemed to be confused. A hint of golden light appeared. Buddhist precepts? Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This scripture contained a hint of pure Buddhist precepts. This was a most primitive Buddhist precepts. However, this was different from the complete devil precepts in his body. This was an incomplete Buddhist precepts. Could it be that the Buddhist precepts have been split by someone? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.